are committed to our church.
Thank you very much. We can adopt the agenda. Clerks, you took all the clerks away.
Yes, sir.
Oh, all of you worked out. Can we adopt the agenda?
Chair, I propose.
You propose.
Chair, I second.
So Senator Sifuna proposes, Senator Sheikh Omar seconds. Now can we go for introductions, members? Start from far left. Richard. Introduction.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, my name is Senator Richard Nyonka, member of this committee. Good morning, Governor. Karibu.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Senator Mariam Omar, member of the committee.
Good afternoon, everyone. Edwin Sifuna, Senator Nairobi, and a member of this committee.
Secretariat.
Good afternoon. My name is George Otieno, Committee Clerk, CPAC. Chair, with your permission, I request that the colleagues go on record.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is Crispus Tima, Committee Clerk.
Good morning, honorable members. Osman here, Research.
Good morning, Isiolo Legal Counsel.
Good afternoon, William Zenton with the answer.
Okay.
Daniel Kirwa, Sergeant Arms.
Okay. Thank you. The OAG.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Patrick Muriuki. I'm the liaison officer attached to this committee from the Office of the Auditor General. Chair, we have our team from Isiolo who are responsible for the audit of that county, Marsabit and Samburu. I want to request them to come on record.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Mesha Konyango, Director of Audit, Office of the Auditor General, in charge of the Upper Eastern, Isiolo, Laikipia, Samburu, Marsabit, and among others. Thank you, Chair.
Among others, what do you mean?
There
Can you be precise? Numbers are always precise.
There are so many other clients.
Okay. Or apart within those counties, eh?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
okay.
Going to almost 100.
Or within the same counties?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. My name is John Jeroge from the Office of the Auditor General attached to Isiolo Region. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. ESCC.
Thank you, Chair, honorable members, Excellency Governor, Patrick Kinoti representing the ESCC. Thank you.
COB.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is CPA Nancy Kendi, a liaison officer attached to this committee from the Office of the Controller of Budget.
Okay, thank you very much. I think, Governor, you can go on record with your team.
Morning, Chair, honorable members. My name is Abdi Ibrahim Hassan, Governor Isiolo County.
Morning, Chair and members. My name is Honorable Banticha. I'm the CEC Finance in the County Government of Isiolo. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. I'm Habiba Galgalo Jirma, Chief Officer, Isiolo County Government.
Chief Officer of? In charge of?
Chief Officer in charge of finance.
Okay. Next. Yeah, pass the mic. Haraka.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Sania Wario, Ntano Onita, Isiolo County Government.
Mohamed Galgalo, Personal Assistant to the Governor.
Yusuf Maina, Chief of Staff.
Dade Boru, County Secretary and Head of Public Service.
Good afternoon, Joseph Mbidi, Chief Finance Officer.
Gabriel Manyinsa, Senior Economist. Boru Joseph, Accountant.
Habiba Dabaso, Officer.
Brenda Kilimo, Accountant.
Musa Hassan, Accountant.
Mohammed Ali, Director of Communication, Isiolo County.
Monica Rukwaro, Senior Accountant.
Liban Abdi, Accountant.
Good afternoon, Ali Wario Sarite. I'm the CC for Water, Sanitation, Energy, Environment, and Natural Resource.
Jacqueline Joy, Accountant.
Thank you very much. Of course, we appreciate the presence of the fourth estate, and a number of them are on live on different platforms. As I sit back to the substantive chair, Cherargei Kiprotich is my name, the Senator of the Republic of Kenya from Nandi County and the Vice Chairperson of the committee. Chairman.
Thank you. I welcome all of you to the Senate and to the Public Accounts Committee. My name is Moses Otieno Kajwang, Senator from Homa Bay County and the Chair of this committee. Vice Chair, you had handled the introductions?
Yes, we are moving now to administration of oath.
Adopted the agenda?
Yeah, we have adopted.
Excellent. So we shall proceed to administration of oath. The clerk of the Senate shall guide the governor.
I, Abdi Ibrahim Hassan, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before this committee in respect of the matters before the committee shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Next will be your submission of written responses and supporting annexures.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby table the following document before the committee: management response and accompanying annexures on the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement for financial year 2019-2020, 2020-2021 for the County Executive. Thank you.
Auditor General, could you confirm whether you have received that in good time?
Chair, we received in good time.
Have you verified and are you in a position to prosecute?
Yeah, we are ready to prosecute.
Clerk of the Senate?
Yes, Chair. I do confirm that we received the responses within the timelines that we had set.
Okay, so unless there is any preliminary observation, before we proceed to the main reports, I think there are just two issues that we must deal with as a follow-up to our last meeting. During our last meeting, the committee pronounced itself on certain issues arising from past engagements which the committee felt were in violation of its procedures. Particularly, the last meeting we had was through summons where the governor for Isiolo was compelled to appear before the Senate via summons. In line with Article 117 and Part 5 of the Constitution of Kenya, and in line with Section 19 of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act, the committee directed that Governor Abdi Ibrahim Hassan be fined the sum of 500,000 shillings because of reasons that were properly canvassed and documented. Ideally, we would expect that any subsequent procedures or proceedings of the Senate can only be undertaken once the fine has been paid, because the fine was supposed to purge contempt, and therefore any proceedings can only happen once that contempt has been purged. Now, it has been brought to my attention that there's been a delay in conveying the letter to the county executive of Isiolo. And it is for that reason that we might find ourselves in the uncomfortable position of proceeding with this hearing before that contempt is purged. But for avoidance of doubt, that fine remains, and immediately the clerk of the Senate conveys that communication to Isiolo County Executive, we will expect that the governor shall abide by the directions of the committee. I think that's an important preliminary matter that we must deal with, because if the letter had gone to Isiolo, then we would have demanded evidence of payment before we proceed. So the fine has not been lifted, it has not been waived. I think there's just been a delay in communication. And once that communication goes to the county executive, we'll expect compliance. Secondly, we raised the issue of the corruption risk assessment by the EACC and asked EACC to provide a copy of the corruption risk assessment report to the governor of Isiolo. EACC, can you give us an update on that?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I confirmed that the report had been submitted to the county government of Isiolo, county executive. And that notwithstanding, we resubmitted the report once again. Thank you, Chair.
Governor, can you confirm receipt of EACC's risk assessment report?
Yes, Chair, we got the report from the EACC. Now we are acting on it. Thank you.
Okay, so as directed at the last sitting, we would be expecting an update within 3 months of receipt of that report. Honorable members, unless there's a any other preliminary observation, it was important to deal with those two before we get into the substantive audit report. Senator Dulo.
Chair, I want to communicate that after we visited Isiolo, the governor Isiolo went public and said that he's not going to put in money into the stadium because there is investigation going on by EACC. And I wish to confirm to this gathering, the investigation is going on, and there was a letter to that effect in March this year. But there was no instruction to stop the construction going on. That is what I wanted to communicate.
Because the issue of projects will be coming up as a substantive audit issue, we have already looked at Annex 3 of the responses from the county executive. We can deal with it in detail when we get to that Annex 3. Senator Cherate?
Chair, I noticed maybe so that for answered purposes, in other circles, governor is known as Guyo, but when he was introducing himself in other names, so I don't know, so that some of us are used to using the name Guyo. Is it just jina ya kujibandika, or the real names is what you just swore under oath, so that we don't get confused? Thank you, Chair.
Chair, my name is Abdi Ibrahim Hassan. Yeah.
It is just like the way some people refer to you as Mtetezi. And it is not... yeah, no. I think Mofa is official.
It's official, it's patterned.
So, Mofa, can you go on record and make sure that your official names are on record?
Thank you, Chair. This is Senator Mwenda Kataya, Mofaya, Tharaka-Nithi County, member of this committee, and a close neighbor to Isiolo.
Did Senator Mtata go on record? Senator Mtata?
Chair, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members of the Senate, Your Excellency Governor of Isiolo and your team, my name is Okio Mtato Koiti, Governor from Busia, a member of this committee.
Governor
order.
Governor for?
Is he already a governor?
But I said from, not for.
You said governor.
You said governor.
Senator from Busia. I had mentioned governor and I got confused.
I think you need to reconfigure your political plans because...
No, I'm not interested in the governorship
because according to Gen Z, you are their presidential candidate. So you might vacate the governor's ambition and go for the bigger one.
Chair, that is the talk in town. I've just confided to Omtata that is the talk in Meru and everywhere.
So
I don't believe if I hear it from Sifuna.
Senator Sifuna, you have been mentioned.
Chair, I must confess that I've also heard it, and we might start getting used to the term President Omtata. I've heard it.
Okay, so all of us are on record. Let's get to the substantive business. We'll start with the financial year ended 30th June 2021. And honorable members, we have spent almost 2 hours going through this report, and there are those where we have taken a view and those we have decided we must interrogate. But what is most important is for us to close the historical years so that we get to the year when Governor Abdi Ibrahim Hassan is in office, to avoid situations of attributing malpractice to people who are not in office. But there's the perpetuity, and we expect you, Governor Abdi Ibrahim Hassan, to take responsibility, take leadership as the current CEO of Isiolo, because the government did not go with the previous occupants of that office. Auditor General, what was your opinion in 2021?
Chair, the opinion in 2021 was a qualified opinion.
So let's go to the basis of that opinion.
The basis for qualified opinion, paragraph 1 is unexplained variance in cash and cash equivalents. The statement of assets and liabilities, and as disclosed in note 21A to the financial statements, reflects 1,040,792,148 shillings in respect to cash and cash equivalents as at 30th June 2021. However, review of cash books, bank statements, and bank reconciliation statements revealed a balance of 966,208,328 shillings, resulting to an unexplained and unreconciled difference of 74,583,820 shillings. In the circumstances, the accuracy and completeness of the 1,040,792,148 shillings in respect to cash and cash equivalents as at 30th June 2021 could not be confirmed.
Governor, your response?
Chair, CC Finance will do it on my behalf. Thank you.
Chair, upon further review,
which one is, Clerk, can you guide me on which one is a response? I thought it's supposed to be volume 1. Okay, we will proceed, but remember the person who has taken the oath is a governor. And so, even where we agree this, that the CC can read the response, ultimately the accuracy of facts presented before us must be processed through the governor. So CC, it is delegated, but the person who takes full responsibility remains the CEO. Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, upon further review, we identified that the variance was due to unpresented cash books at the time of audit. This unpresented cash book contained cash and cash equivalent balances and transactions that were not included in the initial review, but that were included in the initial review, but were subsequently accounted for. We have now provided the bank reconciliation, cash book extracts, and bank statement to reconcile these variants. We have provided that in Annex 1. We can now confirm that the balance of 1,040,792,148 as at June 2021 is accurate and complete.
Auditor General, you have reviewed these documents. You've had more time with it than the committee.
Chair, we have reviewed and we found the response satisfactory, having gone through the documents.
Governor, who had the responsibility of providing those documents within the organization? Which office?
CC Finance.
It was the CC Finance.
Yeah.
Not the chief officer.
Chief officer is answerable to the CC Finance. So CC Finance was the responsible one.
So if you are to recommend the investigation and prosecution of someone for non-provision of documents in line with the Public Audit Act, it would be the CC Finance.
Yeah, but ultimately the responsibility lies with the governor.
So CC Finance and CEO must be held responsible for non-provision of documents without justification. We proceed to the next issue, issue number 2.
Can I find out if those officers are still within the county entity?
Governor?
They
are still working with the county government of Isiolo, and they're here.
Did you talk about CO or CEO, Governor?
Chief Officer, CEO, Chief Officer Finance.
No, the ultimate responsibility is CEO. That's where the buck stops. But is a chief officer still in the county?
No. We have no chief officer for finance, but the directors who are there are still there.
But the CEC is still there. The CEC finance then.
No.
Still with you.
As an economic advisor, he's still there.
Yes, he's still your employee.
Yeah.
Senator Sifuna?
Yeah, that is the clarification I wanted, what she has provided, because that makes it a bit easier for us to find them. Are they in this room, Governor? Maybe they should provide you a name for record purposes, Chair, so that when we
are still working with the county, but they are not around.
That when we are writing our report, there is no confusion as to who you are speaking about. What is the name of the person who was the CEC for finance in this financial year?
Come again, Chair.
What is the name of that person?
CEC Finance, then?
The former CEC Finance.
Abdinasir had doubt.
Yeah, that should make it easy for us when we are writing the report, Chair, to know who we are talking about.
Governor, just say that name again.
Abdinasir had doubt.
The one, okay, Abdi Haji Dawood.
That was a CCM Finance, yeah.
That was CCM Finance.
Yeah.
And the Chief Officer Finance?
He is not around, but his name is Peter Ngechu.
And he was also a certified accountant?
Yeah.
Again, another addition to our list of shame, clerk. Senator Chirake?
And then even as we issue, Governor, you assure us that you will take administrative action against the mention. And then number 2, since the ultimate responsibility rests with the CEO, what was the name of the former governor? Yes.
Dr. Mohammed Abdikuti.
Abdikuti.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
then
so
it starts with the responsibility as 2265, and then it should start from there. Thank you, Chair, plus the rest.
Fine. Let's proceed and take an overall view on how to escalate some of these responsibilities. On issue number 2, long and unsupported outstanding salary advances. Because we have gone through this, I think, for the first 2 hours of the day, Auditor General, what are you asserting here? The 1.79 million, you are saying it was a salary, it was an interest rather than a salary advance?
Yes, Chair.
You agree with the client on that?
Yes.
Has the interest been recovered?
Chair, it has been accounted for.
Governor, can you tell us who are these interest holders who had 1.79 million, which was outstanding at the time of audit? Because even if it has been recovered, we want to know who the interest holders were and when the recoveries were done.
Yes, the names are in Annex 2, Chair.
Annex 2.
2.
Is that Annex 2? Is it the same as Volume 2? Is it the same as Volume 2? Or
I think they should be referring to the volume by name so that we follow.
Volume 2, Chair.
Is it this one, the small?
Yeah, the small one. This Annex 2, IFMIS, Journal Voters and Account Analysis.
Which page are you referring to?
The names are there.
Which page?
Yeah, on which page? Because I can see they are paginated.
What is the title of this page?
We are seeing a lot of forms here. Is there one page that lists the interest holders? Or is there a page with a name?
I can't see any names here, Chair. I don't think I have the right document here. And there are no names here. This one says at the top, if Miss Journal voucher and account analysis.
Chair will provide the list to the auditors.
Have you provided the list to the auditors? Governor, did you provide, is there another annex, or maybe Auditor General, have you seen, I think you had told us earlier that you saw the list of interest holders. Where is it?
The auditor has it, yeah. The list.
We are getting it.
Yeah.
If the auditor has it, we should also have it, because you can't be looking at different sets of records. It's in which, is it in any of the annexures before us? Auditor, do you have annexures that are different from what we have?
Chair.
Because you're saying you have it.
We saw it.
I think, Chair, in this case, it's the executive to show us where they have annexed, because it's not the role of OAG.
Yeah, Governor, you can tell us, help us by pointing at that specific annexure.
No, it is not in the annexures here as you are going through, but we provide the list to you, Chair, and also AOG. AOG has it, but we will provide to you before the end of this session.
Governor, you must be careful, because the last meeting aborted when every matter you are asking for time to present documents to the auditor. And we do not want to be going round the same report. We want to dispense with these reports so that we are current. So if there's a schedule before us, that is what we deal with. If it does not exist, you either tell us it does not exist somewhere, and we close the matter and we pronounce ourselves. So on this, is it a matter of the schedule does not exist, or you didn't just bring it to the Senate?
Chair, the list is there. It was even provided to the OAG. I don't understand why my people didn't provide to the senators, but the lists are there.
Patrick, your team needs to help us on this, because if you're looking at different records from the Senate, then we are going to have a very untidy meeting.
We don't seem to have it here, but maybe through you, Chair, we can request the county. Do they have the copy, the original copy that they carry to the Senate?
Yeah, we can still print the list here with my.
Do you have the original copy?
Yeah, we can print it and bring it to you, right, in the next few minutes.
I am not taking fresh evidence. Not now.
It's not a fresh evidence, yeah. It's the same thing.
Same as what?
It has been provided to the OAG, Chair.
Governor, the OAG does not have it in their annexures. The Senate does not have it in our annexures. So anything that is printed now might have been manufactured on Luthuli Street. We have no way of telling.
Chair, we have the list and also actually the extract from the IFBIS.
So that list has got how many employees? The ones who are holding this amount.
In fact, this interest was taken way back in 2014.
The list you say you have, how many names does it have? You said you have it there, the one you want to go and print. How many names are on that list?
Because 1.7 could be one employee, it could be 20.
Chair, we don't have the exact figure. The lady has gone to print it. Just give us a few minutes. She'll give me the exact list. Yeah.
You see, you are amending.
I'm not amending the evidence.
Versions of the truth. On one hand, you say you have it, and when we ask how many people are in it, now it has gone to the washroom. Senator Chirake.
Maybe the governor, OAG, the governor says is supplied with you the list. Have you seen that list, the OAG? Because the governor says you have. You saw the list.
Chair, if you go to page 15, it shows the list is 26 members.
Order, Governor.
Sorry, Chair.
I'm asking the OAG. You had said that you gave a copy plus your annexures to...
Page 16, Chair. Page 16, not 15, 16.
Is it here?
Yeah, it shows the list is 26 members, but the names are not here. That's the name which the member has gone to print in the next few minutes.
Which volume is
Page 16.
Page 16?
Yeah.
Like 116?
Yeah, 116, yeah.
So where does that show 16? Where does that show the number? The number of imprest holders?
You can see the purchase invoices. If you go to it counts to 26, Chair. So we will add name into it, Chair.
Governor,
Yeah.
let's deal with what makes sense.
Okay.
The reason why we are asking this question, we know the law on interest was the 1.7 held by one person, and you are going to come across another interest question of 42 million in the same financial year. In the prior financial year, we are coming across an interest question of 50 million. OAG, was it 50 million?
42.
42 is in this financial year.
Yes.
So we added 42 to this 1.8. And remember, that other issue, there's still a gap. We want to know, was this imprest issued to the same person? Was it issued before, were they multiple imprest issued before accountability of the first ones have been done? We want to know in our recommendations whether the persons who should be on the spot are the imprest holders or the chief officer. And we cannot tell that with this kind of report that you have given us. So unless, and I'll be very careful not to introduce an additional schedule at this point in time. There can only be two ways. No, there can only be, two ways. We either pronounce ourselves on this, or we seek guidance from the Auditor General at the point of report writing. But that guidance must be on the basis of a detailed schedule, showing who took what, when, and when the amount was surrendered. Senator Dulo.
Chair, my question is, were the imprest recovered with interest? Because the law requires you must recover with interest if it was not paid within the time. And I think the legal counsel can read that provision to the county if they are not familiar with it.
Okay, before you respond, Senator Gattai.
Chair, if I am not wrong, I captioned the OAG say that he has that list of the imprest holders. I don't know whether he still holds that view.
I think but the liaison officer just mentioned that they don't have it.
So which one do we take?
Chair, I think there is a mix-up in these documents, but an if schedule had been provided. I thought it has circulated to other documents. But right now I can't.
If it's provided, why do you think the Constitution required your report to come to the Senate or to come to Parliament? It was to enable Parliament to get a view and to make recommendations. Because your report does not have a recommendation. And we have spent the last 4 days in Mombasa with the Auditor General and other stakeholders, saying that OAG, you must give us recommendations. If imprest was not surrendered, you should tell us Mr. ABC did not surrender imprest, so that our recommendation is surcharge them. If interest was not levied, you should tell us, so that the chief officer can be held responsible. So OAG, it's not enough to tell us that you saw the schedule. If the client has not presented the schedule to Senate, then we are blind to it. So members, we might want to tie this to the other 40-something million imprest question that is coming up. Do we cross-reference so that we finalize issues of interest?
We can cross-reference also and then look at if there were interest that was levied on particular interest holders.
So under lawfulness, there were interest management irregularities where the Auditor General cited 42 million. I think let's take the two concurrently because the recommendation might be similar. Auditor General, read out your finding under interest management irregularities.
Paragraph. That is paragraph 6. Under lawfulness and effectiveness in use of financial resources, interest management irregularities, the statement of assets and liabilities, and as disclosed in note 22 to the financial statements, reflects 43,931,011 shillings in respect to accounts receivables, which includes 42,131,311 shillings in respect to government interest, which was outstanding interest brought forward from the previous years that had not been cleared from the IFMIS system since the financial year 2017-18. It was further explained that the outstanding interest had already been surrendered using the manual records, but the same was not cleared from the IFMIS system. Further, review of documents provided for audit revealed that during the year, the management expensed interest as and when they were issued, which is contrary to Section 91.1 and Section 93.5 of the Public Finance Management County Government Regulation 2015. In the circumstance, the management is in breach of the law. Thank you, Chair.
Governor, your response, and point us to the page number.
Chief Officer of Finance will respond on my behalf.
Page number. Make sure the mic is on.
Chair, the management.
Page number.
Page 16.
Proceed.
The management confirms reporting outstanding interest amounting to 42,131,311, which is in relation to financial year 2017-2018. We confirm that the interests were fully surrendered physically but still remained as encumbrance in IFMIS system. Now it has been cleared. Attached find evidence of clearance of encumbrance, Annex 13A and Annex 13B. In this regard, as pertains the interests, we have had the vouchers which are purported to be the surrender interest, but according to our observation, we found that there are some gaps, there are some documents missing, and there are documents which are not legible. So I don't know, maybe...
So what amount have you been able to verify?
97.
97?
Although they are not also still satisfactory.
The amount in question is 42 million. Out of the 42 million, to what extent have you gotten documents?
We've gotten all the documents, but they're not standard.
Out of the documents you have gotten, how many can you confirm are authentic and complete?
Well, I don't want to commit myself and say that they are authentic.
Governor, you have to answer this, otherwise you put your chief officer on oath. You are not here to decide what to say. You are here to say the truth, and nothing but the truth. There's no choice. This is a simple question, and I know the Auditor General has already given us a figure of 12.1 million. I want to hear from you. What is a figure that you've been able to support from your perspective?
Not
Not an opinion, Because when it comes to numbers, there's no opinion.
But we put all of them. The documents amounting to 42 million are provided, but maybe the auditor went through and authenticated. But for me, I would say that there are gaps in all the vouchers.
So 0 from your perspective?
Yes.
Auditor General?
Chair, we examined surrender vouchers totaling 12,174,000 shillings, and we were satisfied with that 12 million out of the 42 million. So there's a balance of 29,957,311, which we were not satisfied about. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, this is the most interesting thing I've ever heard, where the clients themselves are telling you they cannot vouch for the authenticity of those documents. How then do the Auditor General's office claim 12 million to be authentic documents? Perhaps for my own comfort, if the OAG can just pick one voucher that they say supports this 12 million, so that we go through it together. And to the county government, I want to understand, where did these vouchers come from? Where were you getting them?
CEO will answer it.
Where were you getting those vouchers that you say you are not satisfied with?
We got the vouchers from the imprest holders.
The imprest holders had these documents. They were not somewhere in the county government record store or something.
Yeah, we didn't find them in the records.
So you were calling each one of those imprest holders and they were bringing you a voucher?
Yes.
We have been informed, just a point of information by ESCC, that you've got active inquiries regarding interests in Isiolo. Kinoti, just...
And just Chair, to add
okay,
on
before you respond,
Senator Sifuna is
Senator
asking, and you accepted the documents? Through Chair. Did you accept the documents you are suspecting were not genuine and then you handed them over to the auditors?
Yeah, we handed over to the auditors for them to scrutinize. And they found the 12M to be legible.
I think you guys are sleeping on the job. It is not for the Auditor General, and I think that's why Senator Sifuna is amazed. It is not for the Auditor General to be the ones to tell you that this is a proper surrender. And members, what I realize is that impress management is a weakness in this county. I think that was captured in the risk assessment report by ESCC. There are inquiries with regards to impress management in Isiolo already. And looking at even the demeanor of the Chief Officer of Finance, maybe she wants Sifuna to help her to go through those documents because she looks like she's helpless. Why then don't we ask ESCC to help them?
Chair, I went through the documents, but I don't want to say that I didn't go through the documents. I went through all the documents, but we had to go through with the auditors, and he found that whatever we had brought him is not to the satisfactory.
Yes, what we need to do, and this is to help you, we need to see those vouchers. I think I need to see those vouchers here, those surrenders, and let the county explain to us why she cannot fully get behind those vouchers. Because when we talk like this, it is very difficult for us who are not accountants to even understand what you're saying. I would want to be shown an example.
Yeah, I have the list with me here. If you can allow me to table, I'll
Is
tell
that
it.
for the 42 or for the 1.7?
For the 1.7, for the beneficiary for 1.7.
No, I think hold it. We are not taking it yet. Let's first do the test that Senator Sifuna is requesting. Auditor General, those Annex 13A and B, maybe you can show us an example of a valid surrender and an example of an invalid surrender. Do we have 13A and B?
Chair, the document is numbered as volumes, so maybe they can also.
Governor, help us to maneuver to Annex 13A and Annex 13B.
Chair, was there tabling of documents the way we usually do?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Because at that stage is when we should have been guided on what has been tabled and what has not been tabled. Because now we're getting confused. So volume 5 is what?
Impress management irregularities.
Yes, 13B.
So, OAG, I think the reason why we are coming back to you is you have said you have seen 12.17 million that looks sensible and lawful.
Yes.
But the county doubts everything.
Yes, Chair.
So before we come to the conclusion that we agree with you on 12.1,
yes,
could you just demonstrate to us?
Yes, Chair. There were those that they had certified as true copies, and we had marked them. And during the briefing, we had shown them the ones we had accepted and the ones we agreed, and they took them. And the one we have here is not the one that we had marked. So we would request that they give back the one that was part of our working document for us to establish, for us to give details. Because
What do you mean?
What
are you trying to tell us? Because you have said you have seen the documents.
Yeah,
now you are telling us the ones you have seen are not in the batch. So what do you mean?
Yes.
Honorable members.
Remember, we had not cleared this query. At the end of it, we said response is not satisfactory, but we looked at the 12 and we said that one could be accepted. If the whole of the 29 was provided to us. So at the end, you can see.
Just help us also, because you know we are not accountants. We just want a demonstration. Pick any voucher here. Pick any. Which one of these vouchers can you vouch for? And why is the county saying they can't vouch for it? Pick one. I mean, Chair, I'm getting dizzy and I'm not even. It's not even lunchtime. Maybe it's lunchtime. As lawyers, once 12 o'clock reaches, Chair.
It's actually
going down. All lawyers sit at 12.
Yeah, I speak for all lawyers.
1 hour 16 minutes past.
Order, members. Awasumbui bora washibe. I think, members, we are not going to make a lot of sense out of this. Reason being, we spent quite some time with the OAG on impressed management issues. And you have seen this is a second impressed management issue, and there's a third one in the other year. If your officers themselves are appearing helpless, which they should not be, because under the regulations, recovery of impressed is a responsibility of the chief officer. And it's not about the past chief officer, it's about the chief officer in office right now. We must make and give direction that the chief officer must commence the process of recovery of the amounts that were advanced and not supported in line with the Act and regulations, which includes interest over the period that the money has remained unsurrendered. Secondly, the EACC must now take deeper interest in this matter. We are not sure the specific issues you've been investigating as far as interest management is concerned, but the Senate, as per the report that was given by Bishop Oginde when we met on Friday, has referred 145 issues to the EACC. This is the 146th issue we are referring to the EACC, an inquiry into interest management in Isiolo County Government. But even as EACC does the inquiry, Governor, your officer, your CC have a responsibility. They must demonstrate that they put a demand to the persons who held the interest. Unless you are saying you don't know them. For the other 1.7, you are saying there's a document that you have. Now that document, because of timelines, I'm not going to accept it. But for this 42, for this 42.1 million, I think that must be subject to an inquiry. But be proactive. Start the process of demanding proper and authentic surrender documents from those persons who are given that interest. And that exercise, I think, must be initiated and concluded within 3 months. We have seen county executives take people to court because you have given notices. The persons who held the interest are not doing what they're supposed to do. If you have to take people to court, take them to court. That would be a better route than EACC taking them to court. So whichever way, the 42 million that is owed to the people of Isiolo must be recovered. Members, I believe that should summarize our directives on the matter.
Maybe, and also as they recover, they ensure that interest are also recovered plus the principal amount, so that it becomes a deterrent to any other officer who might take interest, and that is the law.
And Governor, if there is no evidence demonstrated in the next 3 months over the matter, the committee shall direct a surcharge on the officers responsible for protecting public resources in Isiolo. That would be the CEO, the CEC, and the CEO. EACC, you wanted to say something?
Yes, Chair. It's just an observation based on the list that is in one of the documents that at that particular time, I think there was a use of interest, specifically the temporary or standing interest, to evade procurement processes. Because the procurement law talks about the low value procurements, which should be below, I think, 50,000. But you can see the amount of interest taken and attached to some invoices are above that value. So it's just to find out from the county whether that system has changed or it's still being applied, because that is an illegality. And secondly, is the issue of processing of the interest, the system that they are using. That it should be IFMIS, and interest is a personal responsibility. Even if it is a standing interest, it is issued to an individual to manage and must have some approvals in terms of set levels, ceilings, that this is the maximum amount for this particular office, then it is reimbursed once the officer has cleared the previous one. Thank you, Chair.
Kinoti, you have started your inquiry, I can see. Do you want us to conduct it now, or you want us to allow you to?
No, Chair. Let's allow the EACC to conduct the inquiry.
Okay, Senator Sifuna.
Do you usually prescribe timelines for this? Because I've since I started sitting on this committee, I've had so many recommendations for EACC investigations. I've never seen a report back from the EACC. Is there a timeline that you provide? Maybe because I missed the retreat. Maybe we got some reports from EACC.
Yeah, we were happy that the EACC was able to list or to quantify the requests that we have put to them, 145. So today's directive is 146. But we agreed with the EACC that we must meet again in Nairobi, so that for each of the 146 requests, we can see how far they progressed in the pipeline. They were only able to cite a few where files have been forwarded to the DPP, but I think that there's still a lot of things that are stuck in the pipeline. So, Kinoti, we don't have to repeat what we said in Mombasa, but that was the direction of our conversation. We have full visibility of the 146. We know the status. We know the date on which they were reported. We know whether the file has been forwarded, because you cannot have open-ended investigations. And I think that the best case scenario for some of these small things would be 3 months and not exceeding 6 months. Senator Sifuna.
Chair, just again, this might be something that you've already covered, but are the EACC officers that are forwarded to this committee at the disposal of this committee, or they have to then report back to the commission, then the commission assigns other resources to look into things? Because there's a lot of corruption in Kenya. So, like Kinoti now, here, is he ours to do our work, or him is just to say, oh, I was at Park today and they said look into this issue of Isiolo?
Kinoti is like Kevin De Bruyne. He's a midfielder who distributes the balls. Yes. But Kinoti, you might want to clarify on that?
Chair, that is correct. That our work is to pick whatever is recommended here and forward to the commission. There's a process of how it's distributed.
And I think in camera we shall share some of the concerns which we discussed in Mombasa. I don't think I'll discuss them here, but when we invite the chair of EACC and the CEO, it will be in open public, because the truth is that even the midfielder sometimes struggles to find out who's holding the ball. He could struggle to find out where the 145 cases are. And there must be some, you guys must invest in tools, information systems, or something, a tracking mechanism. Because if, for example, I asked you, how far is the inquiry on Vihiga County Assembly? Would you be able to tell without having to make calls?
No.
So I think we'll, when we invite EACC, it will be open and we'll be discussing these things. But on this, Kinoti, we must propose a timeline, 3 months on these impress management issues. Senator Fatuma Dulo.
Chair, I wanted to know whether procurement officer is here, the one in charge of procurement, to tell us whether the same thing is currently happening or not.
Do you have the head of procurement here?
No, Chair, but the CCM can stand on his behalf.
For guidance, when you appear before the Senate, there are a few officials who must be here. Head of procurement, because it's a regulated profession. Head of HR, it's a regulated profession. Head of accounting services, which is also another regulated profession. And if they are still in the county government, the persons who signed the financial statements.
And the county attorney.
And the county attorney. Those must form part of the delegation, because there are questions that usually go direct to them. You'll soon find a procurement question where we'll be asking who the procurement head was, because they must take certain responsibilities. Members, can we make progress? Let's go to pending bills. Let's come back to issue number 3 on incomplete disclosure of pending bills. We will be looking at this from 2 perspectives. The pending bills for that period and the current status. And Governor will be inviting you to tell us the actions that you have taken to ensure that pending bills are paid and pending bills are verified before payment. So, Auditor General, read your finding, then we go to the Governor's response.
Paragraph 3, incomplete disclosure of pending bills. Disclosure 6.10 in respect to other important disclosures and Annex 2 of the financial statements reflects 1,261,654,379 in respect to pending bills. Composed of 566,000,000 779,085 in respect to balance brought forward from the previous years, and 694,875,294 in respect to additions during the year under review. However, the disclosure together with Annex 2 excludes pending bills paid during the year under review, and as disclosed under Note 20, the financial statements, the county executive paid 400,059,333 shillings in respect to other payments, which includes 297,114,333 shillings in respect to other expenses relating to pending bills paid in the financial year under review and which should have been disclosed in the disclosure 6.10 and Annex 2 to the financial statements and clearly described as pending bills paid during the year. In addition, the breakdown and supporting documents for the pending bills paid during the year under review of 297,114,333 shillings were not provided for audit review. Further, the county executive did not maintain an updated individual creditors register or ledger with the details of the creditors' pending accounts regarding work done or services rendered. In the circumstances, the accuracy, completeness, and existence of the 1,261,654,379 shillings in respect to pending bills as at 30th June 2021 could not be confirmed. Thank you, Chair.
Governor.
Thank you, Chair. CCM Finance will answer on my behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The management confirms reporting pending bills amounting to 1.2 billion as at June 2022. The updated pending bills ledger for the financial year 2020-2021 is hereby submitted for audit, review, and verification in the Appendix 1. With regard to pending bills paid during the year under review amounting to 297,114,333, we hereby submit the supporting documentation for audit, review, in Annex 3. The county government constituted pending bill verification committee as per Gazette Notice number 11829 dated 29 September 2023 to verify the outstanding claims. The finding of the committee indicated that only 292,142,722 pending bills were eligible. The county has made budgetary provision to pay the pending bills in the current financial year, including those incurred in the subsequent year amounting to 415,595,241.
Auditor General, does Appendix 1 sum to 1.2 billion from your analysis?
Chair, we have not cleared this issue.
No, let's go systematically. Management confirms the pending bills was 1.2 billion. They have provided an updated ledger under Appendix 1. Have you looked at Appendix 1, and does it sum to 1.26 billion?
Yes, Chair, it is not summing up, so it's not satisfactory.
It is not adding up to 1.26 billion?
Yes, Chair.
It adds up to? See, Governor, what your Appendix 1, what is the total of that schedule?
Chair is 1,261,654,379.
The Auditor General says that it does not add up.
Where is that? Where is that schedule? We want to see for ourselves. Where can I find
Appendix 1 is in which volume? Is it under volume 1?
Chair, 1.2 billion includes a pending bill that was brought forward.
Which document are you referring to?
Just refer us to Appendix 1.
Which document should we look for? Which appendix of which volume?
It's what you are holding.
The OAG seems to be more familiar with these reports more than the client.
Yeah, the Appendix 1 schedule was showed a total payment of 218,098,074 shillings, when the financial statement reported a payment of 297.1 million.
Yeah, Meshach, you've gone one step further.
Yeah.
We are still on the completeness of the disclosure.
Okay.
Does Appendix 1 have pending bills totaling 1.261 billion?
Chair, if you add the total, you'll see here, you'll find the 1.26.
Chair, show us the document. Tell us which volume.
That is Appendix 1. We have the list
Which
here.
volume? You know you have volumes and others are. Is it this? What's written on the title?
Appendices for the financial year 2021, and then pending bills, creditors ledger.
So it's this one. Yeah. So there's no. The volume is not indicated, but let's see whether we can make sense out of it. Pending bills, creditors, register.
This one. Yes.
Then go to the last page, you'll find the total there.
So you owe, in that financial year, 783 parties were owed. 783 parties. That's like 2 people every other day. And the grand total is 1.261. Auditor General, this is what we are asking, whether, first of all, they provided a schedule that is complete. Did you review this? Please, just give us the assurance. Just give us the assurance so that we get to the next step that you had already spoken to. YG, why are you having a problem? And yet, I seem to see what we are looking for here. Or you had not reviewed Appendix 1?
Chair, I think we reviewed Annex 1, but it seems that we have a mix-up of documents here.
Yours does, what is the total on yours?
Chair, let me clarify that even though we were given those payments totaling 218, we didn't clear them. So the whole issue, the whole audit issue remains not cleared, as indicated in the brief we gave to you.
And also, just let me encourage you not to use technical terms. You know, when you say you didn't clear it, what does that mean? The question the chair was asking, because there is a disclosure of the pending bills in the creditors ledger here. The question was, does it add to 1.261? The disclosure itself. But Chair, my advice is, since you have seen it, and the committee has seen it, you go to the more important question that was being raised on the verified ones. Because the ledger is here. Auditor General, please make our life easy. You have come to the conclusion that the accuracy and completeness of 1.2 billion cannot be ascertained. 1.2 billion. Someone sitting in Isiolo, yes, when he hears that, he gets suspicious,
yes,
that someone stole 1.2 billion Kenya shillings.
Yes.
Have you seen a schedule totaling to 1.2?
No, Chair.
What is this that has been provided to us as Appendix 1?
Chair, I can't support this because we didn't clear it.
What was wrong with it?
It was not able to explain the pending bills the details of the breakdown of the pending bills that we wanted of 297,114,333.
You see, you first start by establishing that indeed it was 1.2 billion worth of pending bills. Then you go to the next step of what was paid. Now, I see a column, the second last column, of 297,114,333. So that's where you have a problem, Meshach. Do you have a problem with the last column? And I'm asking it for the 10th time, maybe using different.
Chair, I think because of the sharing of the documents among the three of us, that's why we are getting that the document that we have and is just mixed up here. So we confirm that the ledger that was provided totaled to 1.2 billion. That is a list of creditors, not the ledger.
So we agree with the statement that refers us to Appendix 1.
Yes.
Now let's go to the statement that refers us to Appendix 2. They are saying that with regard to pending bills, we submit the supporting documentation for 297 million. That is Annex 3. Auditor General, well, first of all, Governor, where is Annex 3? Is it also here? So your documents are all over the place.
Check volume 3, Chair.
So we have an entire universe of payment vouchers there. Auditor General, what is your analysis of these two reams of paper trying to evidence payment of pending bills?
Chair, we were not convinced of the contents there, and they were not able to support the query that we had raised.
According to your analysis, how much was supported?
Based on our analysis, they had listed up to 218 million, which even that 218 we had not cleared because the support was still inadequate. So I would say none.
You see, this is, members, remember, this is actual payment. This is not just a provision. This is actual cash that left the county. 297 million left the county for payment of pending bills. And the Auditor General can't make sense of the 297 million. So who was paid?
You know, Chair, again, the confusion here is that there are volumes that nobody is guiding us on where to find what. There's a word of papers that you are waving there. Because it's before you, maybe you can tell us what those things are. Because what is evidence of a payment? What is the OAG looking for to show that, for instance, Sifuna Enterprises was paid by the Isiolo County government?
There was a brief. I don't know where you sat in. He says the documents were not provided. OAG.
These ones?
He is not satisfied with the documents.
Senator.
No supporting documents.
Senator Mariam.
Chair, the query is no supporting document attached, and here there's none. It's only the list of paid pending bills and the total pending bills of 1 point something, but the vouchers are not there. So I think the auditor also say that there's no vouchers you have seen, so automatically you know where to, Chair.
I can see where the problem is, Chair. When you open this Annex 3, Governor, it's titled Payment Vouchers. But there are documents here including minutes of quotation opening committee, you know. What are all these? There should be only payment vouchers here, unless I'm mistaken. Even you have even attached contract agreements, letters of acceptance, regret letters. If you see page 9, Honorable Chair, of Annexure 3.
Page 9?
It's a regret letter. Page 9.
That's why I refer to it as an entire universe of records. Things which really should not be coming to the Senate, things which should be provided to the Auditor General at the time of audit.
So, Governor, these are not payment vouchers. Why are these here? Why are they being called payment vouchers?
Yes, Chair, it's true that there's a mix-up of those documents.
So can you send us to a payment voucher in that bundle? Which page contains any payment voucher that can speak to any of the amounts here?
Let our Chief Officer Finance guide us through this.
Did you go through these documents before you came here as a team?
Yes, we have gone through it. They are so bulky. We didn't have all the documents. So kindly allow our Chief Officer to take us through this, the documents, sir.
Chief Officer, proceed.
Chair, we have volume 3 of the documents, the payment vouchers, at Annex 3. These are the vouchers to a tune of 98,356,264, and the proof of payment is 218 million as per the bank statement which we shared with the OAG.
Madam Chief Officer, this is the document you're referring to, right?
These are the documents to a tune of 98
Open
million.
a page that has a payment voucher. Because what I am seeing here, this is not a payment voucher. If I flip through, these are contract agreement. These are tender documents. Notification of award. Show me a payment.
Volume 3 of...
Open a page in that volume that has a payment voucher.
Chair, go to page 10.
Page 10. Page 10.
Page 2, Chair. Page 2. Page 2, Chair.
This one is from a resort and campsite. This is not a county government document. This is an invoice.
To support that payment to that company.
Governor, you're not helping yourself. You know what a payment voucher looks like. I wish I had a sample payment voucher to show. Yeah, this is a payment voucher. Number one is a payment voucher. What is it? What are these other things? See, this is what they are supposed to show us.
Chair, you can see the payment voucher and supporting document. Yeah, go through it, yeah.
Now, members, we might now be losing a view of the forest and only seeing trees. So we need to get back. We need to get back. The problem here is that 297 million was paid, but we cannot confirm why the 297 million was paid. We are dealing with a gap of 79 million because the Auditor General says on the surface of it, 218 million looks reasonable. So there's a 79 million that cannot be provided. And it does not matter what explanation you provide. Unless, Governor, you have evidence that you have provided support beyond the 218 million the auditor is talking about. But from what is coming up is that 79 million of the amounts paid cannot be supported.
You know, Chair,
is there any other conclusion?
What we were trying to help you to do is if the Auditor General says there's no document here that explains payment, this volume would essentially be only payment vouchers. Then we ask the Auditor General on this payment voucher, like the first one, why are they not satisfied? Then that way we would proceed systematically to understand where the issue is. But if you inundate us with these documents that have no relevance to the question, you lose us. We get confused. Because what we are looking for is payment vouchers and maybe a schedule that will total to 297.11. Then you ask the Auditor General, where is the gap? Then we move like that.
Now, Auditor General, the confusion goes further. If you go to note 20, I have 102 million in note 20. So where did 297 come from?
Chair, can I answer that question?
Let the Auditor General respond because he's the one who has raised it. Then you can come back. You're saying, as disclosed under note 20, the executive paid 400 million, which includes 297 million in respect to other expenses relating to pending bills. But the note 20 that we are looking at has got civil contingency reserves of 102 million. So how did the 102 million grow to 297? Are we using, or are we looking at a financial statement which was restated? As the OG looks for it, CC, what did you want to say?
I want to answer your question. The 218 million is what we have confirmed in the bank statements. So there is a possibility that the 297, which was in the financial statements, there's an error. So we have 218.
It cannot be an error because the 297 was paid. Paid.
It's paid.
It is paid.
297, that's in the financial statement.
As paid or as provision?
No, as paid. But after scrutinizing
so there was an erroneous payment of 79 million?
No. What I'm saying, after we scrutinized the bank statements, we found out that what was paid is 218 million, not the 297 million.
But you reported that you paid 297
yes.
million.
Yes. But if you check the bank statements now.
That's what you used to balance your books. So then someone sneaked in 79 million just to balance the books.
There was an error. I don't know. There was an error. So in the bank statement is 218 million.
There was an error of 79 million.
No, it's not possible. Especially these days when you have got spreadsheets and stuff. It cannot be. It's not possible to have an error of that amount. Different explanation could be is needed that money has not been accounted for.
Yeah, it cannot be an error. OAG, so what is the actual amount? Because we must try what's in the notes, what's in the annexure listing the pending bills, and what was captured as an actual expenditure. And remember, OAG, this is why we told you, you should not accept this thing of using other payments, that line for other payments, for pending bills. That's why you end up with this kind of confusion. So, Mesha, just explain to us.
Yes, Chair. This
Note 20.
This issue.
Even before the ONG explains,
yes, Senator Mofai.
What do you make of this? Is it an accounting malpractice or outright theft? What is your view on this loss of 79 million? What is your take?
Yeah, the gap of 79 between 218 and 297. But then we also need to establish what was the correct amount.
Chair, first explaining about this incomplete disclosure of pending bills. If you look at the report, first of all, the reference was to Annex 2. Go to Annex 2, which is page 106 of the financial statements.
Yeah, so
Annex 2, which is page 106.
Which is similar to Appendix 1 that we have just seen.
Yes.
Okay.
So in the Appendix 2, the total outstanding balance was 1,261,654,379 shillings for pending bills. So out of that is what we were saying, that there's a breakdown that a payment for 297,114,333 was not supported, nor the documents given to the auditors.
Yes, and you have said that the payment for pending bills was broken down as other payments.
And you can see
under Note 20.
If you go to that same page, page 106, the amount paid during the year is shown there as 297,114,333.
That's okay.
Yes.
Note 20. You have made reference to Note 20, where you are saying, as per Note 20, the county paid 400 million, but Note 20 has 102 million. What's the relationship, or what is it that we are not seeing?
Note 20. Go to Note 20. That is an excess. Note 20. Just open Note 20. The disclosure together with Annex 2 excludes So what we are saying here is that Note 20 to the financial statement includes a payment, includes this payment of 297,114,333, whose supporting documents were not given to us. We are making reference again to that amount in the Annex 2.
So, but
yes.
You said the practice was to pay pending bills under other payments. So if Note 20 has only 102, where is the 195 million contained?
Come again?
Note 20 has 102
Yes.
as having been paid as pending bills. But they have reported 297
yes.
as having been paid.
Yes.
So the difference between 102 and 297 is 195, isn't it? That 195 million, where is it accounted for? Remember when we asked why they're using other payments, OAG, you are the one who told us that you have tested that and it's okay for pending bills. You know what our position is, that it needs to be broken down. So why would they put 102 million of pending bills under other payments and put 195 million in other lines? See?
Yes, Chair. The 102 million, it is actually, the figure is 102,945,000. That was payment for from the emergency fund in response to flood and and the prolonged drought.
It's
So-
getting worse. That was payment from the
Emergency fund, yes.
fund.
Yes.
So pending bills were paid from the emergency fund.
No, in response to those emergencies. So if you go to the financial statements, it's there under data contingency. So from the 400 million, 1 or 2 was payment to emergencies, and then the 297 to payment bills, of which we can, from the bank statement, we can.
In the financial statements, statements of receipts and payments.
Yes.
Where have you accounted for the pending bills?
Pending bills was clear, 297. The total payment for that financial year.
Where are they? Are they under other payments, or are they under acquisition of assets? Where is this 297 for pending bills, paid for pending bills?
297 is there as a payment bill, payment for the pending bill. The other payments refers to payment for that emergency, from the emergency fund.
So the other payment has no relationship with the pending bills?
We can go back to the financial statement and I can explain from
I
there.
am looking at the financial statement.
Yes.
And you have looked at it longer.
Yes.
Earlier in the morning, I told the Auditor General that I have a problem when a county has 600 million as other payments, because you had 629 million in the prior year. That is more than 10% of your budget.
Yes.
As other payments. Were those pending bills or those were emergencies?
No, pending bills. 629 is pending bills.
629?
Yes.
Then you had 1 or 2 in this financial year.
Yes.
Under other payments.
Yes.
Are those pending bills or emergencies?
It's a pending bills in response, payment that we have made, money from the emergency fund that we have made in response to, the flood and the drought.
I think,
So,
if I may understand my brother, he says there were pending bills which were incurred providing emergency services. And then when money for emergency came, you sorted out that particular cohort of pending bills. From the emergency fund, then you paid the pending bills which were incurred in the
during the emergency
services.
Yes.
That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Was there an emergency fund established?
Yes, yes, it was established.
So
and used at
the
2%.
The receipt and expenditure should have been within the fund, not within the executive statements.
Yeah. Should have been within the fund.
Yeah, that's what happened actually.
And was it regular? You have said that's what happened. So was it in compliance with the law? See, you cannot go mute now. You are eager to talk. Talk. Was that in compliance?
I can say no.
Members, this thing, and we have asked ESCC, and this is why we want this other payment row to be deleted. And when you are in Mombasa, National Treasury confirmed that they are going to get rid of these other payments from the chart of accounts, because it is used for fishy activities like the ones that they are talking about. So now we have started from pending bills, we have ended up into emergencies. I don't know whether some of those emergencies include supplements for wild animals and such things. But unless and until this is tested, I think we cannot tell the people of Isiolo that the 297 million that was paid out constituted value for money. Maybe before we make final recommendations, so Governor, I'm assuming that when you stepped into office, you must have been disturbed. I'm assuming you are disturbed about these things. What did you do to get clarity on the pending bills? How much did you inherit? And how much did you verify or certify to be payable? And how much of that have you paid? Or did you take it as gospel truth, the figures that are in here?
Chair, I was actually heading there. We formed a pending bill committee through the gazetting notice number 11829 to verify pending bills from 2013 to 2022, 30th June 2022. And the outcome of that report was the committee found out that what is legible for payment is 292,142,722.
Against a figure of, what was the global figure?
Around 880 million. So we found out that, the committee found out that 292 million is legible for payment. We deposited the same with the COB, with the payment plan of 10 million every month, starting March this financial year. And what we now incurred, the pending bill for 2022-2023 is 123.
Out of what you have inherited, what have you paid before coming to 2022-2023?
We deposit a payment plan scheduled for payments with the COB. And every month we committed 10 million to pay the 292 million.
So you've cleared that?
10 million every month. We haven't cleared. It will be continuous.
Okay.
Yes.
Starting
March.
That was starting March?
March, yes.
So you've only done 30 million so far?
No, 10 million actually. 10 million every month.
Yeah, it's been 3 months.
So that should be 20.
It's been 3 months.
It should be 20.
Yeah, and every month we'll be paying. Every month we'll be paying
Since
10 million.
March, how many 10 millions have you paid?
We have just received, the money, there was a delayance of fund. So we have just received the money for April and May.
So have you paid the first 10
we are
million?
making arrangement to pay 20 million.
20 million, on what
Yes,
basis?
that is for March.
First in, first out?
Yes, first in, first out, yes.
So what happens if there is a creditor or some pending bill that is over that amount? If, for instance, you owe me as a Sifuna for legal services and my bill is 100 million, when are you ever going to finish paying me? Is that 10 million for all the suppliers? Does each supplier get something? How do you distribute? Am I asking the right question?
Yes.
How did you arrive at the figure of 10 million per
Even if
month?
it's first in, first out. If I'm the first one there and my bill is 100 million, it means you'll be paying me for 10 months before you start paying other people.
Maybe you should tell us what's the biggest debt in the register?
Chair, most of our debt are below 10 million, and we don't incur legal service. The legal service which we incur, most are 2 million, 3 million. So we decided to put 10 million each month to pay pending bill, because we get small money from Exchequer, and our own source revenue also is small, Chair. That's the reason.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how that works, Chair. I don't know if perhaps that agreement is there, but at least you are in compliance with the motion that we passed in Senate, that all these county governments have to prepare those schedules and share them with the control of budget. In Makueni, Chair, when they were here last time, there were specific agreements to specific debtors, like lab fund, where there's an agreement to pay those ones separately in installments. Do you have such agreements yourselves?
Yes. What we did actually is to provide the list of our creditors together with the payment plan, first in, first out. Every month we'll be paying now from 2013 to 2022.
So where is that document? It's an interesting one. I would want it to be replicated here in Nairobi.
Chair,
Where is that document?
I wanted to ask, what is the total pending bill so far?
Okay, total pending bill, 292. The 292 million is from 2013 to 2020, June 2022. So the pending bill for financial year 2022-2023 is 123,452,519. So the total pending bill is 415 million. That is including the 292. 415,595,241. So that is the current status. for pending bill.
So your term, you still have pending bills, leave alone 292 during your term, the last 2 years. Do you have pending bills that you are holding or you have cleared them?
The 123 is for the financial year 2022-23, and we have included that one in our budget. We have 100 million to pay the 122, the 120, the pending bill for 2022-2023.
So you're still going to use the criteria of 10 million per month?
But you know, this financial year has not come to an end. So the pending bills that will incur, we will actually know it after the end of this financial year.
We must find a way of closing this conversation on pending bills, not just for Isiolo, but across all counties. The Senate passed a resolution, and Governor, can you confirm whether you received the resolution of the Senate on pending bills? Because a certificate was sent to all the county governments. Can you confirm, go on record? Governor, this I want to come from the Governor.
Yes, I confirm that, Chair.
Yeah, so members, we must then course an inquiry or a report on implementation on the basis of that motion, so that we are able to tell whether county governments have complied with the directives that we have given, and the directives were with a view of making pending bills a fast charge. However, that does not take away the fact that following this inquiry, 79 million was paid in that financial year whose supporting documents cannot be confirmed. Governor, even if we gave you next year, will you be able to provide documentation to support the 79 million?
No, Chair.
Fine, so we shall pronounce ourselves accordingly. This is not a mistake, as your CC says. This is theft of public resources, and the thieves must be held accountable. Let's then proceed with the next set of issues. We have a number of issues raised on medical insurance. Honorable members, we had gone through this query, and I think the only bit that was still outstanding was whether the amounts that are due to NHIF were captured as pending bills. And Auditor General, this financial statement, you notice that pending staff payables is blank. There was no disclosure on staff payables, where you'll get perhaps the statutory deductions. Is it a reflection that all statutory deductions have been settled and that there's nothing outstanding? Or maybe we put this question to the Governor. Governor, out of your verification, were there pending bills on staff payables, you know, where you have deducted NHIF, NSSF, KRA, but not remitted? I'm sure you have your report somewhere. This report that brought you to the conclusion of 292 million. Wasn't there a breakdown of the accounts payables?
CEO Finance will answer it, yeah.
How much was pending staff payables?
And maybe if they can break down in different categories.
Yes, because they are easy to break down. NHIF, NSSF, Lab Fund, KRA, unions. In the financial statements, there is absolutely no disclosure. And yet here, the Auditor General says that there's an amount of money you owed NHIF, which was not provided for. It was actually 2.4 million. So in your report, what was the amount of pending staff payables that was verified? This is to the executive. I'm sure you have your report.
Chair, as per the financial statements, there was no disclosure.
As per your audit, Gazette Notice number 11829, I would have expected that they would report that this is what is due to suppliers of services, this is what is due to statutory bodies.
Chair, for the 292 million, we have not provided those. We have not provided for the NHIF. Those statutory reductions, those are all suppliers.
Were you owing NHIF any amount?
If I look at the item 4, they were talking about the irregular procurement of comprehensive staff.
See, I know what I'm doing.
Yes.
We have spent time going through this query, and I've told you that the only thing that is still outstanding is your recognition of the debt. That is point number 7.
Yes.
Unless you want to sit here up to 6 o'clock, we read from point number 1 to number 7. I've gone straight to point number 7.
Number 7, okay.
And at point number 7, you had penalties, accrued arrears and penalties totaling to 2.4 million. There is no evidence that that was captured as a pending bill. Give us that confirmation.
That is arrears of premium, accrued penalties of 1, that is 2.4. No payment was done. There was no payment that was done.
I think you didn't understand
So if
the
payment
chair.
was not done, then it should sit as a pending bill, because the Auditor General says you have owed NHIF since April 2018. Is it that if you don't proceed sequentially, you get lost? We don't have to read everything. We just want to go to the specific issues. And for us here, the rest of the issues, documentation has been provided. What we just want to know is your provision, because if there was penalties of 1.6 million, someone must be surcharged for that.
Our chief officer can answer that.
Chief Officer, do you owe NHIF? Have you made deductions from staff which you have not remitted?
Yes, according to the audit queries.
How much is it?
808.
NSSF?
Only in HIV, yeah.
So you deduct and then you remit to NSSF, KRA, but only NHIF that you don't remit. How does that work?
Well, I have tried to look for this, but I haven't found any payments that was done, and the deductions according to the audit queries was done. So I don't have further answer to this.
Governor, I am not asking this question to fix you or any of you. I am asking this question to help you. Because we have seen these reports from 46 other counties. When you gazette a task force, they must tell you how much are your bills due to statutory bodies. Do you know whether you are up to date with KRA, with NHIF, with NSSF? You as governor sitting there, do you have the comfort that you are up to date with them?
Chair, we are not up to date with the KRA, NSF, and NHIF because of previous government deducting members statutory and they don't remit it. But for ourselves, from since from since I took
No, just hold it there.
Yeah.
Just hold it there.
Yeah.
That is a problem we are trying to define.
Yeah.
How big a problem it is. That there were deductions and that were not treated.
With KRA,
how much was it?
With KRA, I don't have certain figure here, but with KRA, we've entered with them in an agreement that we will be paying. How much?
Governor, someone should know. Someone in your team should know
137 million. We were paying 9.7 every month.
9.7 every month with KRA to offset the previous what? Areas.
For how many months?
12 months.
For 12 months.
9.7 times 12.
The money which they owe us is 137 million.
137
million for previous what? Government.
That's KRA.
KRA.
137?
137 million.
How much of that is penalty and interest?
Inclusive of penalty.
How much of it is penalty and interest? Because that must be surcharged.
Inclusive.
You see, this is the usefulness of this session, Governor, because these are questions that next time you come here, if your officers cannot answer them, then get other people who can do the job. But even you, as a CEO, you need to know, when you meet KRA, how much you owe them. Now, that's just KRA.
To make clear.
There are other statutory bodies. Senator Chirage, you might help me. You might be seeing it better.
My only concern, Governor, what was the reason? What was the reason through the chair that there was this delay in the remitting statutory deductions, so that I can give a proposal?
Chair, I think maybe when they were deducting and they are not remitting, they were diverting that fund to other issues. That's the reason. But I'm not sure about it. That's what I'm thinking.
Then, Chair,
but from 2022 August to date, we have never been late in remitting statutory deduction of staffs, Chair.
So, Chair, I think where people, and we have seen these cases where agencies deduct statutory but they don't remit to the agencies, then that is fraud. But if it was reason of delayed disbursement, for example, and I think Senator Dulo in the last session, and KRA wants to penalize, we had made a position as a committee. So I'm bringing two scenarios. This one is somebody must be held accountable in terms of surcharging, and even EACC must investigate them, Kinoti, for fraud, because how do you deduct without remitting? It is a fraud. But if the deduction were being delayed by the national disbursement, like counties now have not received their allocation for the last 3 months, then now that one, I think as a committee, if we encounter such, and we did encounter in the last time, we must ensure KRA does not penalize county for delaying in remittances because of the delayed disbursement from the National Treasury. And I hope the COB, I didn't see today the Treasury here, they can also help counties because we are also building capacity to them. But on this one, Chair, I think this was fraud and necessary action should be taken.
Chair, maybe I want to ask, so the outstanding is only 137 to KRA. Is that the total amount you are due?
It was a total amount, but we've already paid.
We've paid the whole amount.
We've cleared the whole amount as per the CEO's record. Yeah, KRA, yeah.
But you talked of a 9 million plan.
Per month, yeah.
So you
for 10 months. Yeah, from last year.
You've been doing it for the last 10 months.
Yeah.
Okay, Senator Duno.
No, I'm asking about NHIF because we are on NHIF. Do you have any amount that is pending payment that you have not paid?
As per March Exchequer's release, we've paid up to date, Chair.
NHIF?
NHIF, yeah.
So
up to March. Up to March. We've been given our Exchequer of April on Friday. Yeah.
So counties, maybe just as an information, counties have received that disbursement
for April on Friday, yeah.
But so my governor was saying yesterday money has not been disbursed. Or
so
he has been somewhere abroad.
No, LAP fund, no. We've not cleared LAP fund. We've cleared NSF, NHIF, and KRA.
So the question by the chair, why didn't you put this particular pending bill, this particular NHIF in pending bills.
They did not provide the document, Chair. So you can't expect us to put it there, and we have not received document from them.
Now, Governor, I think for us to be able to make a recommendation that is in line with what you have already done, because we take note that you have already done a verification, it would be important for us to get a copy of your verification report. Please provide that to the Auditor General in 7 days, because we want to see how that report treated the issue of statutory deductions.
Okay, Chair.
Because none of you seems to have that information. And then, Senator Chirarke?
Maybe also, and then give direction to the people who are supposed to ensure statutory deductions must be held accountable.
Yeah, actually,
so that it is punitive. And Governor, maybe, you know, my governor yesterday somewhere was saying no money has been disbursed. So maybe I'll give you his number later to inform him. Maybe he's on gerrymandering until he's not aware money has been disbursed to the county.
I'm sure when he lands, he will find the money. Yes. They are part of the Sky team. Yeah, but also the avoidable interest and penalties must be surcharged on the persons who caused that expenditure. And we can only tell by looking at your report, and we'll probably write to these agencies and ask them for Isiolo, how much do they owe you? How much of that is principal and how much of that is interest, so that we can make recommendations with specific amounts. Senator?
Chair, if you just allow me one thing, I mean, Senator Chirarge's reference to when money is received. As senators, we must take very serious note and object to the disbursement of resources. We know we are only, how many, 6 days to the close of the financial year. And it is what is causing us a lot of these problems in the counties. So it is nothing to celebrate if Treasury has sent the money to the counties today or yesterday. It is something that still needs to be condemned by the Senate. You cannot be sending money 6 days to the close of a financial year and expect people to deliver, you know? So it is not something to celebrate in defense of the governor of Nandi.
No, I'm not celebrating anything. I was just saying he should be informed that money has been released. I'm more sad than you. Why are you mourning more than the
You recall about 6 months or so ago, we were told by head of state that money is now being sent on a monthly basis for the first time. I think it was done for the first and the last time, because now we are talking of April, and we are coming to the end of June.
And that's why we are saying, Chair, we should not celebrate. There is a
3 months,
document.
except for April only.
April, so how many are still paid?
May and June.
So it means you are paying salaries for April now? Or you made...
we had an arrangement with the bank. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, Chair, there is a document we pass called a disbursement schedule. What is the purpose of a disbursement schedule if it is not followed? What is the point of that? And the broader conversation there, Chair, is if you can't predict when resources are coming into your entity, you can't plan. And it is the same conversation about taxes. If I don't know how much you're going to tax me next year, how do I take a loan in a bank?
Point of order, Chair, I think we was to a dangerous zone. I think we should
we are digressing.
I agree. I want to guide Sifuna up to the level of disbursement. Under the laws, you are a senior lawyer, you know this. When money is appropriated, it should be disbursed without undue delay. So our argument should be, how should we ensure counties get timely disbursements?
This is above political affiliations.
Yes, all of us, we are concerned, Senator Sifuna. We are also concerned
this is above politics. This is above politics.
Should be timely disbursed.
This is above politics. This is above party politics.
It's above age, whether you are Gen Z or
I declare that all of you are right. But we are in Isiolo. Let's come back to Isiolo.
Money going to counties is not
to get also
Senator Dulo.
So that they can plan.
Money going to counties is not the Raganithi issue. It's not about Azimio issue. It's not about Unda issue.
I totally agree.
Should also
order, Vice Chair. Order, Senator Mofire. Senator Dulo. I know he'll be happy if I throw him out.
On this particular query, even if the NHIF has not written to you, you have to pay this money because it's a debt owed to NHIF. And it will be an audit query forever. So the best thing is for you to look for the documentation and clear the pending bills.
Okay, members, we have...
Chair, on the same, I agree with Senator Fatuma. We'll write to NHIF officials so that they can give us what we owe them. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, but you have to be careful because you have seen sometimes a KRA, they make absolutely crazy demands. So it does not mean that what they say you owe you, they owe you, or what they say you owe them is gospel truth. There has to be a verification.
Chair, out of just a supplementary question on the issue of NHIF, maybe to the governor, there is reforms now, they are moving from NHIF to shift. As a county or as counties, have you been involved in the, because we are the biggest stakeholders, the NHIF now shift, so that, are you being part of it as a council of governors?
COG was involved, yeah.
So you are comfortable with the speed of reforms within it?
Very much, yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Chair, one final thing. There was an agreement that was extracted by this committee and KRA about imposition of penalties on pending remittances, especially because most of it arises from late exchequer releases. I thought that was supposed to be concretized as an agreement between this committee or the Senate and KRA that practice needed to stop.
Yeah, and that's why we are telling the governor that whatever KRA says is due to them must be scrutinized to ensure that the delays were not occasioned by the Treasury. And we've agreed on that framework.
I was not talking about the KRA because we are done with them. I'm talking about NHIF.
All of them?
Yeah.
Be they NHIF, NSSF, KRA.
Governor, we are trying to assist you through the chair. What we are proposing is that if it is because of due delay of disbursement, then you should not be penalized. But the other extraneous factors, then the law takes its course.
But I think Senate has not concretized that issue. So it's a matter that we need to move
Issue
on.
by issue.
Yeah.
Fine. There's a motion before the House on a report from the Public Investments Committee on statutory deductions. Let's see how it treats that. And once the House adopts it, then we'll be writing to KRA and the necessary bodies. I just want to move out of this by saying that this query on comprehensive staff medical cover, I'm sure you've got hundreds of pages of records to respond to it. Completely unnecessary and a waste of public resources. So these are things that should be dealt with at the audit level so that we don't waste time on them at the Senate. And it applies for the next issue, hospitality supplies and services, where you've got unsupported expenditure. So 5.1, Auditor General, the 8th edition Desert Wheel Race, 1.45 million was not supported. What is the current situation?
The 5 point under hospitality supplies and services. Do I read it?
No, we had gone through a long brief.
Okay.
Our problem is 1.45. Has that been supported?
Yes, Chair. The issue in this case was that procurement records were not provided to justify regularity of the procurement process followed. And Chair, certified copies of the original documents, including payment vouchers, are attached at Annex 5.
Which, Appendix 5?
Yes.
Annex 5 or Appendix 5? That's in which volume?
Annex 5.
Governor, that's the supporting documents are in which volume?
Volume 4, Chair.
Volume 4.
31.
Is that the one with a lot of signatures? Evidence on wheelchair race. Auditor General, when did this event occur? The 8th edition Desert Wheel Race, was it in 2019 or 2020?
First.
Because I'm seeing receipts relating to 2019.
2019, Chair.
It was not in 2020. It was not in the financial year under review. The financial year under review is 2020-2021. The first receipt I'm seeing is of 18th of October 2019.
The payment took place in the financial year under review, Chair, but the event must have been in 2019.
So do you have the payment voucher anywhere there? Everything here is 2019.
Yeah? Evidence on wheelchair, yes, yeah. The payment voucher, the chair is asking for is there. Where's the next one?
Because I would be very surprised if mineral water and soda and a lunch buffet consumed in 2019 was paid in 2020. Governor, why are we having receipts for 2019 for a 2020 matter? I'm seeing a payment voucher here. Payee is Madiba Hotel. Could you just let us understand this payment voucher?
It was paid as a pending bill, Chair.
So when was this
in
payment
2021,
voucher,
yeah.
When was this payment voucher executed?
Huh?
None of the dates are legible. You know, we need to be careful about manufacturing of evidence. Is this a payment voucher that that paid the 1,050,000 receipt? Governor, and your officers can help you because they are the ones who prepare this. Auditor General, you should also be looking at this payment voucher and tell us when it was executed and whether it makes sense, because we are not just going to accept any piece of paper with some writing on it as evidence of expenditure. There's a reason why you brought this payment voucher to the Senate. What is the story?
Just let it go.
This has been altered. Looks like it's been altered.
That comes to 1 point. It doesn't
No,
matter.
that comes to 1050. This is
This is 300. Oh, it's not 200, it's 300. 6 or 10. We have altered it.
Let's deal with, this is a quick matter. This is just 1 million out of 5 billion that we have to deal with. Please tell us, you have brought this payment voucher as evidence that the payments were proper. Just explain to us this payment voucher.
Chair, the payments was done in the subsequent year, but the payment was for the year 1920.
What is this payment voucher? I'm asking you to explain to us. I'm assuming I've seen a payment voucher for the first time. What is the date on this payment voucher? There must be a date somewhere. on any official payment record? Where is the date? Is this what you have come with to confirm that 1 million was spent on sodas? See, this is forgery.
Chair, I'm Bidia, and from this, the invoice was done in 2019, but as you can see from the renewal was done in 2019, but the
Address yourself to the payment voucher.
Yeah, the payment voucher was done during the year 2020.
On which date?
From the record that
on
we
which
had,
date? On this piece of paper? On which date?
On this, you can make reference to the PO that was usually done before
On a
the
payment voucher, you must be able to tell the date on which it was raised. Tell me the date on which this payment voucher was raised.
From 2019, we just took the photocopy.
If
from
you
the
don't know,
records.
you don't know.
Yeah, it is not.
Is
that
there
clear.
a date on this payment voucher?
The date is not clear in the payment.
Can you make a payment on a payment voucher without a date?
No.
Auditor General.
You can't share.
So where is the date on this payment voucher to support 1 million? Even before we go to the receipt, where figures have intentionally been altered. 1,250 ml mineral water and maybe you take this to an examiner, you'll clearly see it was 200 but amended to 300. But that is not the case. This payment voucher is the one generated by Isiolo County government.
Yes.
Is this a proper payment voucher for settlement of the 1 million?
Before we give a payment voucher, there are those supporting documents. So you can make reference to page 65. That is the PO that was still generated from the IFMIS to make the payment. And you can see the date is very clear from the IFMIS.
Why are you running away from page 55? Who prepared this payment voucher?
The payment voucher is complex of several documents from procurement.
What did you say your name is?
Ambidi.
What is your professional background?
Accounts.
Are you a member of ISPAC?
Yes.
We might add you to the list of shame because you are treating us as if we are fools who are seeing a payment voucher for the first time in our lives. You cannot bring to me a payment voucher without a date to tell me that is the basis to support expenditure of 1 million shillings.
Okay, we can agree with you that the date is not clear in the payment voucher.
Where is it indicated? You are saying it's not clear. Where is it indicated where now we can determine legibility?
Chair, can we go this way? Do you agree that there is no date on this voucher?
In the voucher?
No. Do you agree that there is no date?
The date is supposed to be unwritten.
No. Do you agree that the date is not on this voucher?
It's not clear. Maybe the
It's not the
photocopy
issue
might...
of clear. Where is it if it is not clear?
Young man, stand down. You did not take the oath, and that's why you are
I
misleading
think
us,
he has to be put on oath.
telling us lies.
Because he's lying.
But that's why I'm making reference to page 6.
You are not making reference anywhere because this is the voucher. It doesn't have a date. Can you agree?
Is 65 the same document?
Yes, it's the same document.
So why don't you say that?
I've actually said the same to the chair.
So the
That
date is
payment
clear at
voucher-
page 65?
Yeah, it's very clear actually from the IFMIS. So
At
the
page
PO
65. What is page 65?
Is the PO of the same.
Is a purchase order the same as a payment voucher?
Before you
Yes
make
or
the
no?
payment, before you make the payment,
Order, young man,
e-procurement.
and Sergeant at Arms, you might have a client very soon. Is a payment voucher and a purchase order the same?
Or they are
No.
not the same.
Which one precedes the other?
PO, the payment
PO.
order, yes.
Fine. So what did you want us to do here on the PO?
You can see from the PO page 65 of the same document.
So that is a PO?
Yes.
The PV?
The PV is on 55.
That's where I am, and you are trying to take
there.
me away from there. Let's
Those
deal with
are
the
also.
PV, not the PO.
Okay, that's why from page 55 all the way to...
Young man, can you focus on the payment voucher? Is there another payment voucher for this 1 million beside what we are looking at on page 55?
What I'm telling you, Buana Chair, is that from payment voucher all the way to the last page of that document is the same thing. Because e-procurement, it starts from purchasing order.
No, we disagree with you.
We shall proceed this way. And Governor, this guy is taking your time because it is delegated. But I will not accept some kind of ridiculous responses which makes us look like we have never seen a payment voucher in our lives. The question we put to you, is this a proper payment voucher to facilitate payment? ESCC, look at this payment voucher. Control of budget, look at this payment voucher. And Auditor General, look at this payment voucher.
A lot of documents to
Auditor General,
in 1 million shillings.
is this payment voucher proper and complete?
Chair, it is not.
ESCC, are you looking at the payment voucher on page 55?
Yes, Chair.
Is it a proper and complete accounting record?
No, Chair, and those are some of the issues we raised in the corruption risk assessment report.
Governor, who prepared this? Who prepared this payment voucher?
The officers who are in charge, Chair.
Yeah, that gentleman, what's your name again?
Mbithi. Mbithi.
So Mbithi, can you swear by this payment voucher that it is a proper accounting record?
I can't swear because
so if you cannot swear, then whatever else you're going to say is completely irrelevant and a waste of our time. Auditor General.
Chair, if you look at the stamp, it says Chief Officer in charge of Culture and Social Services. There is a stamp on the PV. And in fact, they have edited out being payment for hire of tents. They have cancelled and wrote catering services for 8th edition Desert Wheel Race 2019. So where is the Chief Officer? What was the name of the Chief Officer in charge of Culture and Social Services? Is he still within the county government? And Governor, how do you bring all this to prove 1 million shillings? Or it is only the others?
And really, you know, there's even if you are trying to explain something, you need to be a little bit more intelligent. If on page 65 you've got a PO dated 17th of December 2022, but the invoice is 18th October 2019, which comes first?
From the system, the invoice is unwritten. So
where is the invoice? Where is the PO that predates this invoice?
The PO that we are making reference is from the IFMIS.
Why didn't you bring the PO that was issued before the invoice?
With e-procurement, we measure majorly on the system-generated POs because they are trained to automate.
I think you think you are. It's as if you are dealing with a bunch of sheep, a herd of sheep that does not know what we are doing.
I am sorry.
There is no way, Governor, you can come and bring to me a purchase order. A PO is a purchase order. We know that. Even basic accounting. We know a purchase order is issued to trigger delivery of a service. So a purchase order must be earlier than the invoice. Your purchase order is dated 17th December 2020. Your invoice is 18th October 2019. Your payment voucher is completely illegible, has no date. Why do we even waste our time looking at some of these things?
Let me ask, this list
when
that you have
Kinoti is here.
attached, Chair, what is it for? The list you have attached of names.
This list is to confirm that this hotel really, all the people, the staff of Isiolo is at that time.
Sorry?
It confirms that the activity was done in the hotel during that time.
What is the purpose of the list?
The people participated in that, all
But
those who
it
attended in
doesn't say anything. It's just a list of, I don't know, individuals.
With the
And
same
also
handwriting?
With the same handwriting, the same forged signatures. And up here it is written Madiba Hotel.
But now this document you are provided from the hotel. So it's not upon us to
No, you
give
have
them
to
the
be serious, my friend. Because even if you want to lie, you cannot just lie to us.
Yes,
And
you
then
see,
maybe, Chair.
this is the 147th matter we are referring to you. And when we are meeting, you will tell us how far you have gone with these things, because this is a waste of our time listening to some half-baked explanations on things that are clearly a fraud. And Governor, do not try to explain things that are unexplainable. Kama makosa imefanyika, kubali. Lakini this one of bringing this kind of records before us, you are making a bad situation worse by bringing documents that appear like forgeries.
Maybe, Chair, just in addition, Governor, in future, and this is a learning curve, you should advise your officers. This is only 1 million shillings. They did not to bring a lot of bunch. Just be precise with an eye of a military marksman. Just to the point so that we don't need everything for consideration in an audit. It's just a proof of payment that was supposed to be objected. So in future, try to be precise. I know some of your staff might have wanted to bamboozle some of us things that we don't see these things. But we see it, but let us just be precise to the point so that we can assist you to move very fast. I thank you, Chair.
Yep. The next one, 1.85 million, Auditor General, is that supported? And now we have established there is submission of documents, but then there's also the veracity of what has been submitted. 5.2, 1.85 again on catering.
Chair, they provided these documents here, which...
that would be Annex what?
They provided documents in Annex 6, which is subject to the authenticity.
Again, Governor, could you tell us the payment voucher on page 120, the date, the date of that voucher?
The date is at the bottom page, 27th of May 2021.
27?
When the payment voucher was invoiced.
Auditor General, did you just look at the records, or you also tested for authenticity? We will look at that.
Yeah, we just looked at the certified records that they presented.
Yeah, so you just look at it, and if there are queries around its authenticity, actually, these files from 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, all the way to 5.4, because you are talking about expenditure that was not supported at the time of audit, but was later supported through documents that this committee finds to be highly dubious. Can we direct ESCC that that 147th referral is for the entire column under hospitality supplies and services? Because otherwise we're going to be reduced to document examiners here. Let ESCC, the one with the capacity, give us an assurance when we'll be writing the report that 5.1 to 5.4 has been supported. Kinoti?
Yes, Chair, that is noted.
Members, unless there's a query there, I would recommend that we proceed to other key audit matters. There was the issue of budgetary control and performance. And I know when you were doing the brief, the question was which budget line was affected. Senator Dulo, you had a question there, or we can proceed?
No, it's okay.
Okay. So that will take for noting. Let's go to failure to publish contract awards. Auditor General, this one is guilty as charged. Failure to prepare and publish contract awards.
Chair, here the issue not resolved or not responded satisfactorily. There was no evidence that the contracts were published in their website.
Governor, do you agree with the finding of the Auditor General?
CCM will do that on my behalf.
What action have you taken to comply?
Chair, I agree with the Auditor General's report. We are now publishing all the contracts, so we are complying.
So Auditor General, keep that in view. Failure to prepare quarterly reports. Again, this one guilty as charged, but have you started now doing what the law requires?
Yes.
Again, Auditor General, keep that in view. And a collection of ungenerated revenue performance. I think this one is critical. Auditor General, take us through that. Now, I don't know how we want us to, members will advise, because there's supposed to be a receipt of revenue statement. And the information we are getting is that Isiolo did not prepare a receipt of revenue statement in the financial year ending 30th June 2022 and financial year ending 30th June 2023. Governor, can you confirm whether you prepared your receipt of revenue statement?
Yes, Chair. We have appointed a receiver of revenue, so we are now preparing the...
Did you prepare in the financial year ending 2022, 30th June?
Yes.
Did you present them to the Auditor General for audit?
Yeah, we have presented.
Auditor General, did you receive the ROR for 30th June 2022?
No, Chair.
Who is your receiver of revenue? Who is your receiver of revenue?
What's the name of your designated receiver of revenue?
Safia Abdijilo.
When was the appointment made?
30th April.
That is your responsibility, CEC.
30th, I'm just confirming that the 30th of April.
Which year?
This year.
So prior to that, you didn't have a receiver of revenue?
No.
What does the law say about receiver of revenue and designation? Who is responsible?
I'm the one responsible to appoint the receiver of revenue.
And what does PFM say about your responsibility? The CEC Finance shall
appoint.
When did you assume office as CEC Finance?
1st of November, 2022.
So between 1st of November and April, there was no receiver of revenue?
Yes.
Do you have collectors of revenue appointed?
Yes.
So who was managing the collectors of revenue in the absence of a receiver of revenue?
The director revenue.
Was he designated specifically as required by the PFM Act?
No.
And that's why your on-source revenue collection will never be optimal. You are always going to have shortfalls. And in this committee, over the years, we have talked about OSR from Isiolo, particularly with respect to parks. And I remember in the past chairing meetings with other governors, the past governors of Isiolo. We have made a lot of recommendations on automation, optimization of your revenue streams. But if you don't have a focused person managing it, then you are not going to meet your targets.
How many streams of revenue do you have?
Our main revenue, 80% of our revenue comes from the game parks.
So you have only one stream?
No, that's the main one, but we have several.
How many?
I can't know the number, but we have so many.
I thought you are the CEC Finance. You should be knowing where your streams are or how many your streams are.
Again, very important, you come to the Senate.
That is important.
You must come with the receiver of revenue.
Okay, Chair.
So, and this is why we need to be careful. Is it still your position, Governor, that your receiver of revenue statements for 2022 were prepared and submitted to the Auditor General? because the officers were saying yes. What is the original position? Because the Auditor General disagrees with you. And Clerk of the Senate, has there been any receivable revenue statement from Isiolo tabled?
We can check shortly.
Chair, what happened when Governor came in place, these structures and for receiver of revenues, for
I think the
CRF,
question was a statement, whether the statements have been prepared.
We started with the one for CRF, but because we didn't have the base years or the base statements to make the work easier, it took us a lot of time. That's why we presented the same late. The Auditor General can confirm that they received
for 2022.
Yes,
the Auditor General has talked about 2023. 30th June 2023, he confirms to have received.
Yes.
I am asking for year ended 30th June 2022, which was a first year when you are expected to separate your financial statements, CRF, ROR, and executive. Did you do that in 2022?
That was not presented because the governor resumed office in the year 2022-2023.
My brother,
not
we are not talking about the governor who's there right now.
It was not
we are talking
presented.
about the county government of Isiolo.
The county government of Isiolo did not have the receiver of revenues statement for that period, 2021-2022.
For the year ended 30th June 2023?
Yeah, that one we have.
What and what did you prepare?
We started with the CRF statement. That's we presented to them, but it was late for the audit review. But they can confirm that they received the same. Then after that, we started the one for ROR, the receiver of revenues report. But it's actually, we can be given, during this week, we can present the same.
It's not us to give you time. It's the National Treasury through the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board that has a constitutional mandate to provide guidelines on reporting for counties. So
it's already there.
Order. Sometimes when you are quiet, you learn. It is the responsibility of the county to comply with the requirements and standards issued by the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board. We have just come from Mombasa, where we could not consider the reports of the Auditor General for the year ended 30th June 2022, because Mombasa did not comply with the standards or with the template that was produced for the first time in that financial year. In fact, when it comes to Isiolo, we'll be asking ourselves whether we should proceed with that inquiry if you did not comply with the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board. So it's not a matter of we could give you a little time. Treasury issued a circular which went to all the 47 county governments and county entities. The accountants or members of ISPAC who prepared the financial statements for the financial year ended 2022 and 2023 that do not comply with the standards, and we are with the Council of ISPAC in Mombasa last week, we have agreed that we find such an accountant, we report them to ISPAC. They should not be trusted with management of public funds if they cannot comply with simple things. So I think that is not a matter for us to reopen, because ISPAC was there, they agreed with us that a member who has become CPA-K, that should be the easiest thing to do what the PSASB requires. Now, the reason why I brought this up is that these figures we are looking at are in the past. So sometimes you might not make a lot of sense unless you are looking at a current ROR statement. So, Auditor General, have you rendered an opinion on the ROR statement that was presented to you, even though late?
It was CRF. What was presented after the audit certificate for 30th June 2023 had been signed by the Auditor General was the CRF, the County Revenue Fund, not the ROR. The ROR was never submitted, Chair.
So it might mean that we are coming close to the end of a financial year, that it might make more sense to look at ROR for the year ending.
Yes, Chair. If they are submitted, we will examine them. But if they don't, we report in the county executive's audit certificate.
Okay, members, this is quite unique. And Governor, you are seeing the kind of gaps you are having in your establishment. I don't know, are you a member of ISPAC? So you need professional accountants around you. And you need a CEC and a chief officer who are able to read the law and interpret and do the right thing and advise you. Because if for 2 years you don't have a report on your own source revenue, how do you know that what is being collected is being reported? Have you automated your revenue collection?
Chair, yes. We have started the process of procurement. And
have you automated?
Not yet, but we have budgeted for it, and we have started the process of procurement.
So receiver of revenue appointed in April this year, automation, not yet. It's still in
work in progress.
Chair, I think they did advert about 3 months ago. Is it 3 months or 4 months ago?
3 months ago.
Why is it that you have not automated up to now?
Actually, we stopped the process because there was a circular from the National Treasury, as the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury, that they are going to establish the ICRMS for the 47 counties. So the circular to all the governors, so we are told for those who have not yet procured the automation to stop it, because the national government will fund the whole process through the ICRMS.
Until when? Until when? Because you are still manual yourselves.
The ICR, I'm a member actually. I was appointed as a member of the ICRMS. So the process has been initiated, and they have given themselves a timeline by the end of this financial year. They will start the rollout. So we stopped because of that circular from the National Treasury.
So in the meantime, money can just be collected anyhowly?
No, you know, even if you check our current on-source revenue, we are among the 3 best improved, most improved. Yes, according to the CRA report. So far we have collected around 254 million. So we have really improved.
You are the best performed.
Yes.
Simply because of the setting of your ceiling.
Low
But,
base.
yes. Having come from Isiolo, I know there is a lot of money that is actually embezzled under manual revenue collection. And if you want evidence, I can provide. Thank you.
So, Chair, we stopped because...
in fact, you would have even improved more than what you have just estimated.
The instrument for you to demonstrate your success is a receiver of revenue statement, which you have failed to do. Anything else you are going to tell us is a political statement. Unless we are looking at the ROR, which sets out your systems, processes, and procedures, please refrain from telling us further stories, because you might...
Chair, that's not a political statement. It is a report from control of budget. That is a control mandated office to do that. It is not a political statement. Yeah.
In accounting standards, the document that demonstrates what you are saying is called a receiver of revenue statement, which you have had your officer say you did prepare. You have had the Auditor General say they have not audited to date. So we reached the conclusion that management was in breach of the law, number 1, for not appointing a receiver of revenue, and number 2, for not preparing receiver of revenue statements. And therefore, the completeness and accuracy of the on-source revenue figures cannot be ascertained, because it might not make sense for us to go into the detailed figures in the absence of an ROR statement. We proceed to assets management. Again, we have gone through all these issues. The question is, do you have an asset management policy? Governor?
No, Chair.
Why, in this time and age, Buana CEC, why don't you have an asset management policy? And yet the National Treasury has provided guidelines, has provided a template, even small county assemblies have an asset management policy. We have not gone to register. We are still on policy. Do you have a policy on asset management?
No, Chair.
What plans do you have to come up with a policy?
Moving forward, we will going to establish that policy.
In what timelines?
1 year.
Chair, we have the draft policy. We are waiting for it to be presented before the CCM so that we can approve it.
The gentleman sitting to your left. You said CCM.
No, we will approve it at the cabinet level, then we send it to the county assembly.
You don't need to send an asset management policy to the county assembly. That is an operational document.
So it is in a draft stage. The county attorney will present it before the cabinet.
What do we capture in our minutes?
In the next 2 weeks, yeah. Thank you.
We will give you 1 quarter, 3 months to come up with an asset management policy, and let there be no excuse about the assembly. This is an operational framework. Now, the register. Do you now have an updated fixed asset register?
Yes, Chair.
For historical assets or current assets?
For both historical and current, although not all the asset has been completely transferred to us.
That's why I've asked for the two, because if it's historical, we know the problems with IGRTC.
Yes.
But what about the current assets? Do you have a full asset register?
Yes.
Auditor General.
Chair, there's a fixed assets register, but it lacks some of the very important details.
What do you mean?
Like the asset tag numbers, date asset was acquired, cost, fair value, engine, chassis number, etc. It lacks.
Because they don't have a policy that they're operating from. Because otherwise you'll just, who said that you just have a vehicle and say black Prado, and then that's the end. And you know, that does not tell anything. Senator Dula.
Do you have properties under executive? Properties? Like land, whatever?
Yes.
Which one?
Actually, our biggest properties is our game reserves, worth 14 billion.
Was there a sample asset register in your submissions?
Yes, which we provided.
It's on which volume?
Now, the land headquarters stands on. It's your property, isn't it?
Yes.
Do you have a title for it?
Which volume had the asset register? In your annexures here.
Volume 4.
Volume 4.
Annex 11.
Volume 4, Annex 11. Annex 11, fixed assets management. Have you captured the reserves? Have you captured the game reserves on this? Governor? We just want to see how you've captured your game reserves and your headquarters. Would you point us to the page where it is? Because we are transiting to the accrual basis of accounting. You must have full visibility and valuation of your assets. Assets and this thing we are calling pending bills, which is still a problem. We've just been with a meeting, as I've said, in Mombasa, where everyone is determined to move to accrual basis. But if your assets register and assets policy is still in shambles, then Isiolo will not be ready to join the other counties. So, how complete is this register? Just show us where you have what you have described as your biggest asset. Is it there, or that's what you are talking about? Yeah?
Gotcha.
It's not there. So we agree that it is incomplete. Within those 3 months that you're doing your asset management policy, please make sure that you refer to the standards set by the Treasury, and you will need to sort this out for us to move to the next basis of accounting, the accrual basis. Non-disposal of non-serviceable and obsolete assets, uninsured non-current assets, all these are issues where if you don't have policy, then they will they'll always look like non-conformances. We were arguing with the, well, not arguing, but debating with the Auditor General on 4.3. When a county decides not to take insurance, is that a problem? And we were discussing risk management approaches, that risk acceptance is part of it. So if in your policy you have defined your risk management strategies, then you can say that for motor vehicles we must insure. For vehicles, we shall self-insure. So I think a policy will help you to sort out 4.1 up to 4.3, but we do agree with the Auditor General on their findings. Members, do we proceed, or there's something you want to prosecute on assets?
Chair, maybe a quick one to Governor. Is there, in what is the land tenure system of Isiolo? Do you have community land? And how do you ensure it's tagged in terms of identification? Number one. Number two, on this fixed asset register and fixed the policy, have you allocated any resources since you came to power to develop a complete asset register? So that when I know now you cannot do valuation role. So have you allocated any resources in the budget through the county assembly maybe to fast track and ensure that you have a complete asset register to allow you to do valuation role and be able to improve on OSR? I was not in when the gentleman, the on-source revenue potential of Garissa is how much?
Isiolo?
Of Isiolo, sorry, Isiolo. You know, I love Garissa so much. How is, and reasons are best known, how is on-source revenue of potential? Crispa, Stima, or Salad? Oh, no.
Yeah, it was put at a figure that I found was a bit questionable, because it was about 230 something, and yet the county are saying they are already on 230.
274.
274. I think we'll need to verify.
So you are projected to your own on-source revenue. What was the projection?
271. We are currently at 254.
So the projection is 271.
271, yes.
So you are not doing badly off. But what about you have chem parks, just like Narok, and Narok does very well. What potential have you put in place, Governor, to ensure you mop up all the on-source revenue to even surpass the target?
Yeah, automation is one of the things that will help us to increase our on-source revenue.
What about, I had asked something about the land tenure system.
Okay, our land is a community land system. So on the issue of the evaluation role,
yes,
it was done lastly in 2007. And normally the evaluation role runs for 10 years. So that valuation role expired in 2017.
But you don't have a complete asset register. Have you allocated any money?
In this financial year, yes.
How much?
I can't remember, but we have allocated money for the valuation
How
role.
long are you projecting that it should be complete asset register?
You know, the problem that we have a unique problem in Isiolo.
Yes.
That is why we don't have a valuation role.
What is this problem?
One, most of it are historical. Most of the people, they don't have the ownership documents. And then the historical problem of double allocation. So you see many
especially on land.
Yes, on land. So we have so many cases of double allocation.
So what have you put in place, Governor, to ensure it's resolved?
We are doing actually in conjunction with the Survey of Kenya, we are doing the digitization. So we are digitizing all the land, our land. Once we are done with it, we'll start now the issue of the evaluation role.
So how long are you projecting to have a complete asset register in Isiolo? Now that you have a proposed allocation in the budget, is it the first quarter of next financial year or the second quarter?
Okay,
give comfort to the committee.
Yeah, to have a complete asset register.
Yes.
I think let the governor give us the exact time for us to, is the CEO.
Yes.
So let him give us.
We are aware he's the CEO. We are not contesting his legitimacy.
Yes.
Being the CEO.
He's my boss. I want him to give that timeline.
To make you comfortable, to make us comfortable. Governor, through the chair.
Chair, I think by the end of next year, we'll have been done with that, Chair.
Next year?
Yeah, Chair.
No, Governor, that is too far.
You know,
even say first quarter of next financial year because it starts on 1st July.
It's not
I'm talking about the next
asset. Is the asset register?
Asset register where you can, Governor, where I can walk in Isiolo and you can tell me these are the number of vehicles, this is the owner, this is the land we have, these are the buildings. The register itself.
Chair, we are partnering with the FAO to digitize all the land registered in Isiolo. Right now, we are doing adjudication through the municipal. And I think by the end of this year, December 31st, the president will come and give up 30,000 titles. After that, we'll start registering all the assets in the county here.
Yeah, I think we have dealt with it. We have said, have your policy in 3 months and let your policy drive the action. Senator Adulo?
No, I just wanted to ask about Bisanadi. Is it back to you or it's still with wildlife?
I had meeting with the management of Kenya Wildlife, and they agreed with me to give back the Bisanadi to the county government of Isiolo.
So when timelines within which you have agreed for them to return it, hand over back to you?
In 2 months, yeah.
So, Chair, maybe I forgot that I saw, is it Kajiado or was it Narok where the Masai Mara management was returned? So you also manage the game parks within national reserves within Isiolo?
Which ones are they?
Which ones?
Buffalo Spring and Shaba National Reserve.
The county government used to manage, or we are being
handed back? It is not handed back to us. The county government of Isiolo used to manage it.
Okay.
Even the council used to manage it.
Okay.
Yeah, because they're defined as reserves rather than national parks. But we'll have this conversation when we now have a receipt of revenue statement so that we are not just congratulating ourselves on bases which are not accounting in nature. We proceed then to bank accounts operated in commercial banks. These are the two US, I believe they're US dollar accounts, or they're just foreign currency accounts. Auditor General?
Yes, dollar account.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, what's the situation on this? They had two foreign currency accounts in commercial banks without authority.
Yeah, they received approval from the National Treasury in April this year, granting approval to or authority to continue operating the same accounts. So on the basis of that.
So what was the authority in 2021? At least in 2024, you have regularized.
No,
Earlier, what authority were you?
no. In fact, the county wrote to National Treasury to request for the approval, but the National Treasury never communicated. So we just got the approval this year in April.
No.
So we had $2 accounts. So we have closed one and we have got the approval for the remaining one, the main one.
Senator Dulo?
Previously, they were operating illegally. Was your authorities in April?
Yes, I can say yes.
But if we are right, Auditor, you said April 2024 was referring to a prior approval.
No.
No, the approval was given on April 2024 going forward.
So it was the first time an approval was done?
Yes.
Fine. So that was irregular as reported by the Auditor General. We shall pronounce ourselves accordingly.
How many accounts do you run as a county? And I think the Devolution Committee has a breakdown on the same.
Yeah, there's a substantive audit query, isn't it, OAG, in the prior year? Commercial bank accounts without authority?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, so let's deal with it when we get to that. So that one, guilty as charged, impress management, we have dealt with that. Irregular procurement of legal services using RFQ instead of open tender. We reviewed this, took note of your written response, and we found it unsatisfactory. Auditor General, is there anywhere where it says that legal fees cannot be procured in line with the Public Procurement Act?
No, Chair.
But what about
Senator Sifuna, have you seen the response of the county on that? That legal fees.
but they use remuneration order, the REM order.
That open tender is not applicable for procurement of legal services due to the unique nature of legal services. Where does that fall? What is the legal underpinning of that, that view, Governor? Because we don't deal with opinions, we deal with the law. Where in the Public Procurement Act are legal services completely exempted from the Act?
But yeah, this would be very difficult to do, to run an open tender for provision of legal services, because they are calculated actually at the end of the case itself, based on the work that has been done. And there's also the regime of either agreement between the client and the lawyer, or they can actually have a retainer, or it can be done through the courts themselves.
Yes.
Through that process of the courts. So I don't know if this is something, I've never seen actually a legal tender, open tender for legal services. Most of these entities, including private entities, they pre-qualify lawyers and then negotiate on matter by matter, based on, because the variables are many, the complexity of the matter, so on and so forth.
But even if that were the case, the query here, 19 million and 5 million was paid to 2 law firms for legal services. At the very minimum, we need to get a disclosure of the firms and the files that they were handling.
Yeah, that is a valid concern, because I would also want to know what this case involved.
Yes.
For it to cost that much. So are there disclosures as to the expenditure on legal services, so we know who you are paying and for what?
And then maybe in addition, is that these that the 2 law firms, were they pre-qualified by the county government? If they were pre-qualified, since Senator Sifuna said under the advocate's remuneration order, there is a way you charge after service, not before service. So the question, Auditor General or Office of the Auditor, Buana Meshach, should have been, were these law firms first pre-qualified? Before, even when we are taking our mortgage in Parliament, you are always advised to use pre-qualified panel or pre-qualified advocates. So the question should be, were these 2 law firms pre-qualified? Number 2, what were these cases that were these, and I think myself and Senator Sifuna, we are not conversing for job opportunities, but if you are to get a case that is worth 19 million, then you are not a usual lawyer in the top notch.
Chair, I can start living like my colleagues in the profession.
You are living like a pauper now.
Professor Ojenda, I should start living like him.
Yeah, Chair, if you look at Appendix 1 pending bill, and you go to Appendix 4,
well, Appendix 4 is in which volume?
In Appendix 1. Appendixes for pending bill.
Which one?
Yep.
Volume 1.
This one, yeah.
You have referred to Appendix 4 in this response. So
it is in appendix for the financial appendixes. Look at this small one. Then you go to Appendix 4 inside it. You will see the legal service there. The county attorney today is not feeling well, but he has given the response there. The law firm which was paid, and the 2 law firms were pre-qualified, Chair.
know they were pre-qualified? So they were on the panel of your lawyers?
They are there, Chair.
Now the question would be, when a governor is facing an impeachment, who bears his legal fees? Is it the institution or the person?
That is conflicting, but I think the institution can still bear the cost.
Because you are saying that the case of the firm of Mbogo and Morioki Advocates was paid 11 million in respect of Meru Constitutional Petition number 7 of 2020, Moses Githinji versus His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Abdi Kuti, which was for removal of the governor from office for alleged infractions said to have been committed in his official capacity. So when a governor is facing an impeachment, whose expense
or CCM
should it be? Or even a CCM? Or even a chief officer who's being impeached by the assembly?
What does the law stipulate, Chair? Do we have that provision?
No, it is common sense. It cannot be paid by the entity. You are being accused of personal misconduct.
Because the impeachment is on the person.
Correct.
Not the institution. If it was contempt of court or
to do it in
related to the line of duty.
Yes.
To include the institution.
But removal from office is only through impeachment. And in impeachment, it is not institutional responsibility.
In the real sense, they pay from their own pockets or they see for the money from the same institution.
Now we have a case here where 11 million was paid to keep a governor in office.
Chair, let me ask.
Senator Dulo.
When was Governor attempt to remove Governor Kuti from the office? Because during that time I was a senator for Isiolo. Was there any attempt to remove him?
It seems so, as per the record, Chair.
Mitch, the legal, what has been the practice? Because you have processed quite a number of impeachments, and governors come with a battery of lawyers. Should that be the expense of the institution?
No, Chair, it cannot be. Impeachment process is a personal process. You take charge. It is not criminal, but it is almost criminal, not above civil. So it is a matter for the governor to take care of themselves and not to charge on the county.
I thought the victim is innocent until proved guilty.
Yes, they are, but when they are charged...
Why would he pay for himself? Because he has not been convicted.
They have to pay their lawyer.
Allow me to paint a picture for you, Mwenda Gataya. You are accused of stealing money from the county government. And it forms the basis of an impeachment proceedings, because one of the grounds of removal of a governor is serious grounds to believe that you have committed a crime. Not even the conviction itself, just reason to believe. So how can the entity that is being accused of losing money by your action be the one paying you, your lawyers, for defense of that same action? It doesn't make sense. The law cannot be that absurd.
You know, the issue here, Chair, is that you are suspected. You are a suspect.
Yes, but the law is the suspicion alone is enough for you to be removed.
Anyway, that's
this matter has
a
been,
debate.
It has been established in the past. I think it was in Kakamega.
Being suspected alone.
There was a western county where a CC, no, it was Kakamega, when Malala was an MCA, and he was accused of insulting a member of the executive. And the guy took him to court using a lawyer paid for by the county. And so it was dramatic that, how can I give the executive money to take me to court? So this, on looking at it, is irregular. This is very irregular. And I think we must write to all the counties where impeachments have been processed successfully to establish whether they were using county resources in defense of the governors. Because if that is the case, then certain surcharges must follow. And from the look of things, this 11.1 million must be surcharged on the governor.
I don't think whether I got Senator Fatuma well. She has
said there was nothing.
There
like
were
this.
no attempts to impeach the governor.
To impeach the governor.
And
she was the senator.
And we have no reason to doubt Senator Ndolo because she has been there. She was a senator.
She was there.
We are just reading what's been brought to us.
No. Unless the county provides evidence to that effect, I can clearly say there was no attempt at all.
And the governor was MCA in Nairobi, so he is not aware.
Or maybe they were contemplating.
Yeah.
Or maybe they were
but
contemplating.
the governor was an MCA in Nairobi.
But Mbogo and Morioki Advocates was
and
paid
majority
11
leader.
million. What were they paid 11 million for, Governor? This is your report, and this is a detail that we are looking for, and we are happy that you have provided it. So why was Mbogo paid 11.1 million?
For legal services, yeah.
For defending the governor against an impeachment?
Yeah. As per the record.
From where you sit, and you are a star player in certain impeachments in Nairobi City County.
He was also being impeached as the majority leader.
Did you use assembly resources to defend yourself?
When I was removed, I used my personal resources. Yeah.
You used your personal resources.
Yeah.
But you were removed finally.
And I was reinstated again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you have expected Governor Sonko to use county resources?
Yeah.
On his defense?
Yeah.
No, on his defense, on his impeachment defense.
Before he was removed, yeah. But after he was removed, he cannot use county resources, yeah.
So it is your position that as governor, if you are facing impeachment today, the lawyers you will use, whether they are 10 or 20, should be paid for by the county.
Yeah, that's my position, yeah.
That is your interpretation.
As there is, as long as there is no law contrary to that, yeah.
I think we have taken a position on that in that example of Kakamega, and we made certain reference to the law and legal. This is a matter that we must look at very, very quickly. We must look at it very quickly because otherwise it will amount to abuse and misuse of resources. Because if Senator Gataya, if the lawyers slapped you with a bill of 300 million because they successfully defended you, where is the budget? Where is the authority from the people through public participation? It then becomes a discretionary expenditure. Is that the object of devolution? I don't think so.
We have two issues now on tray. One, there was no impeachment arrangement in Isiolo. 11 million has been spent irregularly. So which one are we working on? So I think we are supposed to explore more than establish whether in the first instance were there an impeachment.
And is there evidence of the same?
Is there any evidence for that? We can even get into those lawyers. What were they defending?
And you know the goodness
or the executors of
under the remuneration note of the advocates, you must disclose the service provision that you had given out. Because this 19 million, as Senator Sifuna would tell you, would make a lawyer live large, like my law lecturer, Professor Ojienda, and wear watches a shoe of 116,000. So,
because we must ask ourselves. We must ask ourselves. The deputy governor for Kisii, who was impeached, if the governor's interpretation was to be valid, does it mean that he was entitled to legal representation?
I don't think so.
Cannot be. It cannot be. Governor, it cannot be. Please don't try. If they move to impeach you on the basis of party hopping, don't use county resources. You are going to be in problems.
By the way, Chair, just for information,
because I know he's heading there.
Legal committee is looking at hiring of lawyers by the counties while they have attorneys within those counties. So I think they will come up with a report and also a legislation to govern that.
Fine. So that is a matter that...
just to add on what you have said, just like the way you pay fine in powers and privileges, we always expect you pay through your own resources. I think it should apply similar.
That is our position, and I think that is what we'll be advancing as such. On risk management policy for internal audit, Is this in place?
Yes, Chair, we have the draft policy, so it's a work in progress.
Can you conclude these drafts within the next 3 months? What
yes.
stops you from concluding these drafts in 3 months?
Yes, we can conclude it in 2-3 months, maximum 3 months.
Yeah, the other one, the governor said 2 weeks, and that we said, let's give you a little bit of time. Within 1 quarter, make sure that those policies are in place. That brings us to the end of the report for 2020-2021. We will quickly come back to the report for 2019-2020. Auditor General, what was your opinion in 2019-2020?
Chair, the opinion in the year 2019-2020 was a qualified one. That's a qualified opinion.
The basis was on pending bills. We have already addressed that.
Yes.
So the directions you have given will apply. The next one was fixed assets.
Fixed assets, yes.
We have already directed that policy should be in place. There are issues of delayed exchequer receipts and cash transfers, previous year issues. Previous year issues, we agreed with the OAG that they'll not just be mentioned as previous year issues, that you will list them so that we do not lose them. We will finish this. So there's implementation of projects. I'd like us to make that the last one. So irregular bank accounts for foreign currency accounts, we have dealt with that. Kenya shilling accounts, Auditor General, you got the authorization? 2.2. Am I moving faster than you? You had already taken us through this report. Irregular bank accounts operated in commercial banks.
Yes. Chair, as regards the Kenya shillings, the management operated 33 bank accounts in several commercial banks, and here the CEC granted authority.
So the audit query has been addressed?
Yes, Chair.
Irregular lease of offices? The leases were procured without competitive bidding.
Issue not yet addressed.
Governor, what was your response here?
Chair, we agree with the auditors, but we have put measures in place that the due process will be followed.
Are the leases running still?
Yes.
So
how many offices have you listed so far?
There are 5.
5?
Mm.
There must be more than 5, but you can check. Sorry? 5 departments. But the buildings are more than 5.
Are they annual leases or they are long-term leases? What's the duration of the lease? Because that then gives you an opportunity to regularize.
Three years.
3 years?
Yes.
3 years since 2019? It means there has been a renewal.
Oh, they renewed in 2022 before it came in.
The renewal was in 2022? And this would be mitigated by having a county headquarters? Because that's the last thing we are going to look at on implementation of projects.
Chair, I want to ask. You have pending bills as far as those offices are concerned, if I'm not wrong, unless you have cleared recently. How much is pending?
Yes, Chair, we have the pending bills for those offices, and they are included in the list. They have 292.
Of the pending bills?
Yes.
They are within the pending bills?
Yes, within the pending bills.
Do you think you are getting value for money as far as those offices are concerned? Because it's long overdue.
Of course, no. So the solution to that is to speed up the completion of our county headquarters.
You are looking at when to complete the headquarters. I know it has a long way to go. Now that it is handed over back to you.
Yeah, we are still waiting the National Treasury to disperse their part of bargain. Because county, we have already paid our part of bargain, which was 30%. The remaining is 70% from the national government, and we have not received any penny from them, but they have given us promise before the end of this financial year, they'll give us 60 million, the next financial year 60 million.
Remember, the money that goes towards that building is approved by these senators here.
Yeah.
Clerks, how much did we approve in Kara?
60 million for Isiolo County.
Did you confirm? I'd asked you to look at Kara for the.
It was 450 something million for the whole 5 county, but Isiolo County was 60 million. Yeah.
So was that the last disbursement?
Yeah, for this year 2023, 2024.
It's supposed to be given in batches.
So they are telling us before the end of this financial year they'll give us the first 60 million, but we have not yet received anything.
No, when you say it's a conditional grant and we have already approved it. So how much did we approve to go to Isiolo clerk? Will that be the last amount of money you need, or you still need another year of conditional grants?
That is they owe us 170. They owe us like 174 million. The 60 million is part of that.
Members, there's something I'm not understanding. Leave alone what is owed. There is what these senators
the Senate approved.
Have approved.
The Senate approved 450 something million for the 5 fourth counties: Tharaka Nithi, Isiolo, Tana River, Lamu, and Nyandarua. Isiolo was supposed to be given 60 before the end of this financial year. The next batch will be given next financial year.
60.
60, other 60, yeah.
Will there be an expectation for funding in the other financial year?
They are saying so, but if they're not going to do that, we'll factor that expenditure in our own budgets, yeah, so that we can finish the headquarters.
The reason why I'm raising this is that those conditional grants are approved by senators.
Yeah.
So it's not even a matter of they are saying. It's a matter of you talking to this Senate and these senators. Even getting that conditional grants, it was a motion that was brought by a senator. I think it was Engineer Karue. It was Engineer Karue. That's how counties like Isiolo manage to get this money. And I think I'm emphasizing that for you to look at the Senate as a partner, not as an adversary. For you to look at these conversations and meetings as an opportunity to build capacity and to strengthen linkages. Because if you tell us that the 60 million is the last disbursement and it is not enough, then these senators can approve an additional allocation in the subsequent financial year. So this habit of looking at the Senate only when it comes to receiving funds and not when it comes to utilization of funds, I think we need to change that perception. It is this Senate that will facilitate the funds you need to complete that headquarter. Of course, as long as it's not being pilfered. Have you guys gotten the exact figure?
From 1920 it was 100.
It's 100.
Sorry? From 1920 it was 100. They got 100, 1920, 2020, 2021.
Those are others, not.
Oh, those are others.
100.
For 1920. So for 1920, the 100 million was supposed to be matched by the county.
30%.
30% was to be matched by the county. I've seen a report here on the issue of county headquarters. Was there a report that was done before the handover by Public Works to the county? Maybe for that reason, why don't we members just look at the issue of the county headquarters and its status? Under which appendix have you responded? On implementation of projects in that financial year, you had started construction of the county headquarters. Governor, what is the current status? Just take us to the page where you've addressed that so that we look at the details in file.
So in Appendix 3.
Again, Appendix 3, is that volume 3?
Okay. I start from the variance sort of from the project straight. Yeah? Volume 3. On the project is Annex 3.
Okay, so what's there?
Volume 3, Annex 3.
So the first project there is construction of Isiolo County headquarters. Let us go to the status as to date. Can you read that out?
Okay, go to page 3. Page 3 page what? Pages.
Yes, please. We need to be out of here by 4, so please hurry.
On page 3, the first project is the construction of the county headquarters. And on this one, the project was to cost around 500, and it's on the response in the main document, 556 million.
556
million. The county has paid 30%, which is 167, a gross of 167,071, 712 million. While the national government has settled 171, 050, 027, in totaling to 338, 121. It's on the state as the last column, 783, 963.88. And the remaining balance, according to the conditional agreement which was made, is supposed to be settled by the national government. And if we continue settling with the 60 million by year, it is going to take us more than 4 years. Maybe it's the Senate to make a ruling on that, whether the national government should upscale the allocation to the counties so that we can complete it maybe in 1 or 2 years. That is the status on the county.
The balance is 218 million. If Senate has approved a conditional grant of 60,
yes,
you are supposed to match. You're also supposed to make budgetary provisions on your side.
No, initially the agreement was county to contribute 30%. 30% of 556 is 167 million, of which the county has honored. So it's the national government which has not honored the 70%. That's not the status, because if we pay more than what was the agreement, then it will be another audit query for us.
Chair,
Senator Dulo?
I think before handing over, we had a meeting, the counties that are affected, with the Committee of Finance. And we agreed we should fast track the outstanding balances. I don't know how far they have reached with the counties now that it is with them. Again, the governors who are there that day, they said they can also fast track the process of completion with their own additional budgets. So it depends on what the county is going to put in. But I think for us as a Senate, we can still push the monies that are owed to them to be fast-tracked. But I think waiting for 4 years is too much, because if you wait for 4 years, you will still waste a lot of money on, list offices. So I think they have to also fast-track the process with the Treasury and make sure that the money is actually paid to them as quickly as possible.
Okay, for the
Actually, there are counties that are almost completing, like Tharakanithi, they are almost completing because they have put in their money. And I think Nyandaru are also the same. So I think maybe you need to have a serious discussion with Treasury and see how we can fast-track the process of paying what is outstanding.
Governor, this conversation we are having it with Abdul Swamad in Mombasa. This idea of saying we are waiting for the national government to give us money to complete a stadium, and yet you are having your own revenues at the local level. You know, you are a governor. You are the head of a devolved government. If the Senate has already pushed 60 million for this project, leaving 158 million, it's all about prioritizing, because with the things that you are seeing, you don't know what Gen Z is going to do with this budget. So some of those revenues might not be realized. Are you going to sit and continue paying rent, for which you have said is not value for money, when you can prioritize from your budget?
Chair, we agreed with the Senate Finance Committee when we were in that meeting, and Senator Fatuma was there. As a county government, we are ready to top up if there is any variation from the project, as long as the National Treasury releases the balances which they have. And they agreed to release the balances before this financial year. When they do that, we'll top up, Chair. And we'll make sure that the headquarter is being finished before the end of next financial year, Chair.
Is the contractor on site?
The contractor is not on site, but I've spoken to him. He was in Hajj. He will go back to on site in the next few weeks, Chair.
And was there an agreement that was signed between you and Public Works during the handing over?
Yeah, Chair, there is.
Has it been appended here?
No, not at all.
Why not? So that we understand what the handover, what the status was as a handover, to allow us to oversight.
We will
at
avail
our
it,
next
yeah.
meeting.
We will avail it, yeah.
Provide that to the Auditor General, because what we have here is your report to the Senate Standing Committee on Finance, and then a number of payment documents from Public Works. But we want to see a copy of the instrument that you signed for handover, because we had initially said there was need for an audit before handing over.
We will avail it, yeah.
Within 7 days to the Auditor General.
We will, yes. Thanks, yeah.
On that page 3, there is another project at the bottom, which is construction of Isiolo Modern Market. What is the status of this? That is number 8.
Actually, the Isiolo Model Market is also under construction. You remember Isiolo initiated a very big mega project. That's the aperture, the bucket, the stadium. And the governors took this financial year. I took the aperture as number 1, of which I think we are it has senior completion. Then next year.
Can you come back to the Isiolo Modern Market?
Okay, the modern market.
On this page that you have referred us to, that row number 8. The location is indicated as Bulapesa.
Yeah, it's in Bulapesa ward.
Is it the one in town?
Oh, it's Wabera. It's Bulapesa. The road is the one that divides Bulapesa and Wabera.
Okay, so what is the current status?
It's at roving stage.
It has?
It's at roving stage.
It is at?
Roving stage, around 70%. Rovings.
Percentage. That's... what is the percentage?
70%. 70%.
What was the total contract sum?
The total contract sum, we spell it. It's around 500 and maybe I read it on the, what is that?
Contract sums are not approximate, they are exact.
I have the figures.
Are you not the one who prepared this document? I'm seeing a number there.
It's 556 million.
Do you have a copy of the contract to this
Okay,
project?
Isiolo market, Isiolo construction, Isiolo model market is 545, 211, 810 million.
So why do you have 556 million in this report?
Yeah?
Why do we have 556 million, 905,702?
I think that's for, it's an error, it's for the headquarter.
Sorry?
That's for the headquarter. I think it's an...
Are you looking at what we are looking at? There is the construction of Isiolo Modern Market. The last column says ongoing 70% complete. County plans to complete before December 2024. Contract sum 556 million. So how did the contract sum grow from 545 to 556 from Isiolo to Nairobi?
I say that's an error, it's for the headquarter, that
Do
figure.
you have a copy of the contract between you and the contractor?
No, for me, I don't have it. That's a report I got from the sector. It was a
You
mix-up.
don't work with the county government?
I work from the Department of Economic Planning.
Sorry?
I work with the Department of Economic Planning.
But under county government?
Yes.
So
where is the contract?
The contract is there, we can avail it, Chair.
Which figure do we work with? Because for the headquarters, you talked of 526 million.
If we go to this annex for the payment for that market, we can get a contract sum. It's on the annex.
Which one?
Actually, page 19 is one of them.
Page what? 19.
So, isn't this 556 million that you're disowning?
Not page 19. Let me look for the voucher for the construction model market.
How can you not know what you've planned? The difference between 556 and 545 is 11 million. That cannot be pocket change.
Okay, there's an agreement on page 93.
So you want us to move away from page 19?
Yeah, it's
Because
545.
it is incriminating.
The actual figure is 545, 211, 810.
That's page?
Page 93.
$545, that was in June 2018.
Yes.
Have there been variations?
Not yet.
So, Governor, what I'm trying to say is that your responses should tie. Because I can't have 556 in one document and 545.
I think, Chair, that is clerical error.
No. A difference of 11 million?
It's clerical error.
Is not clerical.
You're a clerical error, Chair.
It isn't.
There was a mix-up between the headquarter and the market.
So how much has been paid so far? How much has been paid so far?
They paid around 330 million, and there's a payment which is being processed for this financial for about 30 million.
What's the budget for the next financial year?
The next financial year put 104 million.
That then will not complete the market.
Okay, in the supplementary we topped 20 million to settle. That will be another around 50 million. Then that's around 124 million now.
So how does this end in December 2024?
That's our projection. If the variation is not going to be there, That's our target. We finished the
Are you going to draw the 104 million within the first quarter of the financial year?
We can.
Is that in your procurement plan?
Yeah, it can.
It's not about it can. Is it in your procurement plan?
Chair, we are prioritizing those big projects, and
is it in the procurement
plan? Yeah, it is
plan?
in our
because
procurement.
That's where the intention is captured.
It is in our procurement plan, Chair.
To spend the 104 million
before
before
the end of December, first quarter, Chair.
Okay.
So you are looking at completing December 2024?
2024, yeah.
Okay. We'll see.
The other project that is not here is the stadium. Auditor General, why isn't the stadium in this report, or it started in the subsequent financial year?
Come again, the stadium?
The Isiolo Stadium is not listed amongst the 33 projects, the 13 projects here. When did it commence?
It was not started at that time. Let me see.
When was the stadium? When did construction of the stadium commence?
Okay, the stadium was there. If you look at the first query of 145 million, it's on variance between the budget and the budget implementation status. The reason why that variance was there is because in the audit report, they said that the Department of Youth, the budget for the Department of Youth was not captured. And in our response, we said the difference between the budget and the budget implementation status is because of the stadium, 58 million.
What you need to tell us, what was the contract sum for the stadium? What is the current status in percentage terms? And what is the plan to completion?
Okay, because it was not raised in the query, I was not prepared, but if you give me 1 day, I can affect the report.
But you are in planning department, so you should be having it at your
Yeah,
fingertips.
that's why I said if you give me even 2 hours, I can affect the report, 1 hour. Because it was not said in the query.
Can we get Governor, for the stadium and abattoir, which were not captured in this list of 13, we want to get their status, and that would be the contract sum, the percentage completed, the payments made, and budget or plan to completion. That, he says it can be done in 2 hours. We direct that within the next 7 days, that information should be provided to the Auditor General. For the stadium, for the abattoir, for the market, the information is there. For the county headquarters, what is missing is a handover document, the one that you signed with Ministry of Public Works. Senator Dulo? Any other matter on that?
No.
Fine. We shall deal with one matter
But I
in
think
conclusion.
I want to ask whether you have allocated budget for a stadium.
Okay, the stadium is under investigation by the ACC.
Don't go there because you already have information.
Chair, we have not budgeted for stadium because of 2 issues. One, the money which was paid to the contractor and the work which has been done there is not consummate. So we have, and there is investigation from ESC. We want ESC to complete that investigation so that we can do supplementary on the same, Chair, before we pump any money there.
We have been briefed by ESCC this morning. The matter is on investigation, but that doesn't stop you from completing.
I know that, Madam Chair. I was in Nairobi when the ESC was investigating the Dandora Stadium, Chair. And when Sonko put money, it brought a lot of issues because it was under active investigation. And in fact, ESCC went ahead and stopped what? Payment of money to that stadium. Chair, if you go to that stadium, the work which has been done there and the payment does not match at all. So I don't want to put my finger in a hot soup, Chair. We want the ESC, we have written to the ESC to expedite that investigation so that we can know where to start, Chair. And as a governor, I'm not going to put any money there to put myself into that trouble, Chair. Thank you.
Who did the assessment to determine that there was a variance between work done and payments?
quantity surveyors, and we have that report here.
County quantity surveyors.
And with the public works.
Senator,
And we can avail that report to you, Chair.
I think the governor has a point, huh? Then that the stadium is a piece of evidence. And so how you can tamper with it and get away might be a bit difficult. So that's one situation whereby then the EACC needs to fast track. Because even a court hearing, in that case, a party can demand that we go and see what's on the ground. And if the evidence has been tampered with, then the culprit might walk scot-free. So I think there has to be a way of preserving the evidence, whether you have to do it by picture or whatever, but then the ICC should be really clear and say, now, we don't need this evidence in this form. You can go ahead and so what we need to do is to get the ICC and the DPP to fast track whatever they are doing and be able to release the stadium back to the governor, not as a piece of evidence, but as something that the county can now work with. I think the caution is taking for me makes sense. Bitter as it is for the people of Isiolo.
So when is EACC intending to finalize investigation then? Because our youths are suffering. Kinoti.
Thank you, Chair. Chair,
And that is the only stadium we have in the county. It's not a quarry.
Chair, I do not have the timelines, but as I communicated earlier, it is under active investigations, and the Commission has requested documents from the county executive. We've gotten parts of the documents, and others have not been received. So
now that must form part of our conversation with the leadership of EACC, as we had agreed with Bishop in Mombasa, because we cannot also, in as much as I hear what Senator Mtata is saying and what the governor is saying, but it cannot be open-ended. Go tell Gen Z that they can't have a stadium because EACC is investigating. They'll come for you. They'll come for us. Right now, we need to do things that make sense to our youth out there. How can you tell the youth of Isiolo that with billions every year, they just can't have a stadium? Why? Because someone called EACC is investigating. For how long? For the last how many years? You know, for how long now?
Chair, from the record, I saw the investigation started in March this year.
March of this year.
Yes.
Let's put ourselves in the shoes of those young boys and girls who are out here demanding for their rights. The things we do and the things we say must make sense to them. And if they can't have a stadium, we better tell them why they can't have a stadium. And if it's EACC investigating, EACC better tell them how long it's going to take to investigate when the quantity surveyors, when public works have already laid bare the evidence. What else are you looking for? If we continue with this old school way of doing things, all of us are going to be run out of town. And there'll be no EACC in future. If this Senate is going to tell the public, because the youth are going to, the next stop is the county. They are going to come for the governors, and the senator won't be spared. Because the senator will start saying, we have forwarded 145 files to the EACC. Those youth, they don't care. They don't care about 145 files. What has been the result and outcome of those files? So let's be very, very careful. The old order is under threat. And you'll probably see it tomorrow, very clearly, that they don't care about what we say in suits, in rooms. What they care about is results and action. And this one of Stadia is really painful, that the youth of Isiolo might then be consigned to chewing muguka and doing other deviant activities because they don't have a place to go and release steam. So please, Kinoti, when they come for us, I will push you to explain to them why EACC is stopping them from getting a stadium. And on that day, Mtata will disown you. because he's a presidential candidate for the Gen Z. He will not say these things that he's saying here. so,
But to be fair, Senator Okiya Omtata has never expressed interest for that position.
the agency, they don't deal with
And I
people.
know the dream of Senator Okiya Omtata is to be a Catholic priest. So I don't know whether that has changed over time. What about the book of Jail?
And your old men shall grow graves.
And the young men?
Your young men shall see visions. So Gen Z is seeing visions.
There we go.
Let's deal with the last issue here, which is on HR, hire of temporary workers without authority. And I think from the earlier update by the Auditor General, the county accepts guilty as charged. But what are you doing about it?
Chair, we laid off the casual workers. We paid them and we laid them off.
So there is no matter in court?
No.
One, through the chair, one, how many did you lay off? Number two, did you do staff audit or head count? And then finally, are there any of them who have moved to court to maybe to challenge, maybe, Governor, you can console, maybe I can repeat it. One, how many of these temporary workers did you relieve them? Number two, did you do any staff audit or look at the head count? And then finally, are there any of them who have moved to court to challenge that decision? And how long had they been temporary workers? Was it from the previous regime? Thank you.
Chair, the casual workers were 452 from the previous county government, 452.
452?
Yeah. We paid them their dues, which was 83 million, and we laid them off. But some of them decided to take us to court, but there was no formal arrangement between themselves and the county government of Isiolo.
So they didn't have any contract letters?
There was no contractual term. They were not employed by the County Public Service Board.
Yes.
It was us, the CEOs, who did that, which was irregular in the
from the first
by
place.
the way. But we decided to pay them.
Did you seek any legal interpretation in aspects of before paying them? So
Yeah, we
that
did,
you cushion them?
and we were told if we passed it through the CCM meeting, which was the cabinet, it was legal, and we did that, and we provided the cabinet minutes to the Auditor General the same.
Out of these 452, Governor, how many went to court?
Around 16, Chair.
Around 16 only?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, I wanted to ask, number one, I know you have different categories of casuals. How many are they? Or rather, you engage them differently. I know there are some who are under contract through somebody. There are some you call skilled casuals, especially the ones at the hospital. There are those who are just casuals. So which ones do you lay off and which ones are still working?
Chair, we had two types of casuals, skilled and unskilled. These 452 were unskilled casual. The skilled casuals are still there, and the County Public Service Board is in the process of formalizing their contractual terms.
How many are they?
They are, I don't have the figures here, but I can avail the figures here.
So you have the skilled casuals
Yeah,
still working?
still working, yeah.
The ones that are under contracts, are they skilled or unskilled?
The one under contract.
Let me just put the question properly. I know you have a contractor under you that has hired these casuals. How many are under them?
The contractors under the casual workers under the contractors are unskilled casuals.
Skilled?
Unskilled.
You have left them off.
No, we are still paying the contractor.
How many
because
are those?
they are providing cleaning services for us.
Cleaning?
Yeah, yeah.
How many are they in number?
I'm not sure about the number.
I remember, Chair, very well, when Governor Kuti appeared before us, we requested him actually to put them on contract instead of actually paying them through the contractor. And if I may explain myself, the contractor is paid like 18,000. I don't know the real figure. And the casuals are paid 7,000, which doesn't make sense. So it's better you give them contract as casuals, and at least they are paid well, and then they can do the proper service to the county government. I know that has not been adhered to. Now that you have come in, what is the status of that particular position?
Chair, what we are doing to cure that, we want to pay off the pending bill of the contractor, and we dispense off with the services, and we recruit the cash force under them on a permanent and pensionable basis, because they are working on a very crucial sector of our public service here.
So these casuals who are making noise that they have not been paid due for 1 year and 6 months, they are not your casuals. They are not employed by the county.
Chair, I'm not aware of that.
You are not aware those
I'm
ones
not
who are-
aware. I know we owe contractor some money. I'm not sure if the casual we were talking about are working under the contractor, but as a county, we don't have casual workers here.
So the ones under the contractor, how many months have you not paid them?
We owe them, this is from the previous county government, not ours. Ours we paid up to date, but we owe them 6 months of pending bills, which we will pay before the end of this financial year.
So in total, how many are your casuals? Is it 456, 452, or?
Yeah, as of now, we've laid all the unskilled casuals. We just have the skilled one who are working at the hospital. And I'm not sure about the number, but I can avail the number here.
The bigger concern, Auditor General, which we must also flag out, is that compensation of employees is growing faster than revenue. There was a 10% growth, while revenue was flat. You move from 1.43 billion to 1.57 billion. That's about 140 million more in that financial year. And that's an issue that you need to flag, because that growth needs to be in line with revenue growth. The 1.5, what percentage is that of the 4.9 billion of total receipts? Does it breach the 35%? OIG? In terms of fiscal responsibility.
Yeah, which figure?
They are at 31.9% on compensation of employees.
Okay.
But even though they are below, I think you need to question the growth, which is faster than revenue, because 35 is a ceiling. It's not that they must aspire to 35. Such that when they're at 30, they now struggle to push it to 35.
Is the county at 35? Wage bill? Because I know it has gone more than 40.
The numbers here put it at 31.9, but that was at 2021. So we need to...
What is the current status?
We need to know the current status. I think that's a question for the county.
I think the current status is at about 41% of the total revenue.
41%?
Yes.
How did that grow from 31.9 in 2021 to 41%?
If you look at the county revenue allocation, when we change the formula, our revenue from 2013 to around 2018, it used to grow around, it used to grow around 10%. But once the formula changed, you find that the county revenue of Isiolo, it grows about 2%.
What's the total amount? What's the global figure?
For Isiolo?
Yeah, revenue including OSR and conditional grants.
It's around, for the next year, it's around 5.2.
5.2.
Yeah.
And you're saying that your wage bill has grown because for it to be at 41%, that would mean a wage bill of close to 2 billion.
Yes.
2 billion.
Because the assembly, but if you transfer exactly
outside the assembly.
Outside the assembly, we are not at 41, we are around 36.
No.
Actually, if you look at the assembly wage bill, it's around 59, around 59%.
No, assembly's job is to pay salaries and allowances. So
Yes.
But let's look at the executive.
And that is the one that increases the overall wage bill for the county.
No, the 41 is with the casuals laid off or with the casuals.
What I'm saying,
Without.
41 is the overall for the entire county. But when you go to segregate the executive and the assembly, the executive is below 40%. But for the assembly,
No. Can you go and review your figure? Because I know you are more than 40.
no.
It is not about you said and she said.
So many people,
it must be based on numbers.
so many people have retired.
Order. Auditor General, please keep an eye on that fiscal responsibility, because it can't be a story where we are making cross allegations. It's about figures, it's about numbers. So please keep that in view. And when we are writing our report, we'll also refer to the latest audited report to see how the trend has been going. Now, on HR, Governor, you don't have a staff establishment. What is your plan on that? The Auditor General says you don't have a staff establishment. So all these things you're doing, it's like playing a game without a formula.
Actually, we have one, but updated right now. They are carrying out the staff audit. It's ongoing. And we say that once it's done, we have captured in the Kenya...
The timelines?
I think by end of around May next
When
March.
you started on the audit,
Because we have captured in the under Kenya Devolution Support Program as one of the priority, the staff supplement, the asset registry, valuation law, and also the other revenue acts. Those are the priorities that we are going to spend money through the Kenya Devolution Support to support the county on developing those documents.
So you never had a staff establishment?
We have it, but it's outdated. We need to revise it.
When was it established?
I can't
The one
recall.
you currently have?
I can't record the timeline, but I know it's there. Maybe given time, I can give the time when we're prepared. 2018.
you see, it's easy to, when you've taken over, it's easy to attribute failures to the past. But now you guys are in the driving seat, Governor. It's 2 years. I think it's going to 2 years. So these issues of staff establishment, policies, you will soon run out of excuses. Because the next meeting we are having, we'll be looking at your reports. The next meeting we are holding with Isiolo will be to look at the financial year ended 30th June 2022, which were prepared when you are already governor. Because you are sworn in on a date in August, perhaps 24th of August. Sorry, October. You were elected in August, sworn in October, at a time when the audit perhaps was going on, or the audit was just being concluded. So the next time you're meeting, we'll be looking at your financial year, and there will be no luxury, there will be no space to accuse or to blame the past. You must take ownership. And I think these things like staff establishment are taking far too long. Honorable Senators, is there any other significant matter that we have not addressed? Because the rest of the issues are cross-cutting, and we will then take the written responses and pronounce ourselves accordingly. If that is the case, then that brings us to the end of the consideration of the Auditor General's report. For the 2 financial years, I will allow some comments in closing, if any, starting from Senator Umtata.
Your Excellency, I'm a happy man because the agreement we had last time was not necessary. You have come here, you have survived. No, you have not died. So I don't see what we are fighting out, throwing very, very high voltage salvos. We're just trying to help each other see how Isiolo can benefit from devolution. Our purpose here is to see equitable development across this country, to make sure anybody called a Kenyan, wherever he is, has the kind of life that is a bare minimum for a citizen to have. And that we can only achieve through collaboration. And when we come here to have these conversations, we're just trying to be able to see whether there are areas whereby Isiolo needs help. And you also tell us where you need help so that together we can raise Isiolo, which we all hope one day will be the capital city of this country, to the heights it's supposed to be. So I hope you have got, I'm seeing you have kept on improving. Last time you apologized. And you are ahead of your speaker. Maybe also now you meet your speaker. Talk to him so that you can help each other to see how we can push more resources to come to Isiolo. And we see really development, and you know that historically these are areas that also suffered marginalization. And so let us be able to bring them back to the center from the margins, and with the able leadership and the leadership of our sister, Senator Fatuma, you should be doing legacy projects and putting Isiolo on the map. But I'm very happy the way you have conducted yourself, and I hope that that spirit continues so that we don't spend time on side shows. We do the work the people of Kenya elected us to do. You were elected to serve the people of Isiolo. You were elected to serve the Republic, Kenya, to serve the entire Republic through the Senate. So thank you very much, and I wish you a safe journey, you and your team. God bless us all.
Thank you, Senator Mtata. Vice Chair.
Mine, Governor, is to wish you well. I think all of us should strive to serve our people. I'm happy that the meeting has finally taken off after a lot of false starts, but I'm happy, you know, when you sit, all of us have learned, we continue to engage, and know that Senate is one of the greatest partners of devolution. You know, since we don't implement and spend, many people, especially some governors, have low opinion about Senate. But they forget that we are the one who pass them resources that you use. And I'm happy for the first time under this 4 trillion budget, we are having 400 billion mark since the inception of devolution. We want to ask you and your colleague governors to try and ensure there is value for money. Let us, when we come to Isiolo, to Oma Bay, to any part of this country, we are able to see value for devolution in across the country. Because you can see Kenyans don't have a problem of paying taxes, reasonable taxes, as my brother told me last time, but they must see value. If Kenyans will see payment of reasonable taxes, I don't think Kenyans will have a problem of paying reasonable taxes. So let us make devolution work. I know there are many centralists who would want to kill devolution. So let it make it work. Let us see value. Let's see water, roads, bursary across Isiolo County. And you are not new in leadership. In fact, the expectations we have for you is very high because you are among the leadership in the capital city of Nairobi, which has more complicated issues. So we expect a lot from you, especially when you go back to Isiolo. Finally, is at least I can see at least from today engagement, at least you are, there is a coordination between yourself and your staff, which we want to commend you for that. I hope you will take the same message to your speaker. I know he's your personal friend. I normally see you driving him around. As you drive him around in Malindi or wherever you are, Sir Jones, take you kindly. All institutions have a role to play. We are not saying respect Senator Dulo or respect Senator Kajwang. We are saying respect the institution that is there, just like the county government, just like the Senate, just respect. And that has been my argument in all forums. Even in my other life, whenever I'm on weekend political excursions, I always insist that we must respect the institutions that we have. So we wish you well as you travel back home. We shall come back to Isiolo, and we expect to see much more better things for Isiolo and many other things. I think, Chair, finally, on the issue of land, please please ensure your people get title deeds, because that will assist them to develop their property. You'll be able to have better engagement, collect more resources, and also they can have ownership and be able to take advantage of even facilities. I know in your religion and your culture, you don't take loan because it has interest, but also they can assist them to develop some of their properties. But Isiolo is a beautiful county, and we are proud of everything that is happening there. I'm happy. Also, I want to congratulate Senator Dulo. She has been very calm today, and I hope to see one day that the leadership of Isiolo will sit in one room as Isiolo people and discuss the future and prosperous Isiolo. But we shall come back if need be to check on the progress. Chair, with your indulgence at those many remarks, wish you God blessing, safe journey back home, and continue transforming Isiolo into a better county. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. You'll have the closing remarks, and then Senator Dulu and I will close it on this side.
Thank you, Chair. I want to take this opportunity first to thank the committee for their magnanimous, for giving us more time so that we can put our house in order. And I want to assure the Senate, as I embark my journey in developing Isiolo County, I will partner with this Senate to make sure that Isiolo becomes great. Chair, I'll also work very closely with my senator, and I welcome her to visit the county, and whenever she visits, she can invite me so that I can show her the project that Isiolo County is undertaking with the money the Senate is pushing to come to the county. I know this Senate works so hard to make sure that the county are getting money, and we are asking the Senate to assist us in pushing the National Treasury to disburse the money on time, because if they don't disburse the money on time, we cannot plan for it, Chair. With those many remarks, Chair, I want to thank you for your steward leadership in this meeting today. The meeting was good. There was no temperament, and I think I will talk to my speaker so that he can work with this committee very closely. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Dulo.
Chair, thank you very much and for the session. I know the county has a lot of issues, and it's good if you accept and work on it, because we are all here to serve people of this country. And if you don't accept my role, I will not accept yours also. And that is what you need to understand. Our role is oversight, because I've been given so many names which doesn't make sense. But what I'm asking is, give me space, I do my work, I'll give you space, you do your work. I cannot be pushing budget from national government, and when I come to the county, I'm asked, what are you doing here? Why is she talking to so and so? It doesn't make sense. So my work is not only to push, I have to see how it's being utilized. If you have not committed any crime, you should not refuse me to look at your books or maybe to visit the projects. The best we can do is to deliver services to Isiolo people without any hitch. But personally, I think I'll be able to do my bit. You do your bit. So I have no personal grudges against anybody. If we give each other working space, I think that will be fine. So I have been in this Senate, actually, this is my 12 years. And this time round, the budget has really gone up because we have increased the money. So you know the gaps that you have. You can sit down with your people and see where the gaps are. Specifically on documentation that requires accountability. I know you have documents like you have just said, human resource and all those documents. If you take time, you will be able to fix them. So with that, I think, Chair, I'll say thank you very much. And I believe this is a learning curve because this is your first time. So you can only learn if you give yourself space and allow others to have their space. So wish you all the best. And the best we want from the executive is to give service delivery to our people. I thank you.
I'll conclude by saying that all leaders have a responsibility to be accountable to the public for their decisions and actions, and that's a constitutional requirement. You'll reflect on Chapter 6 on leadership and integrity, on responsibilities of leadership. The process and the procedures that we have applied today, they are not applied as a favor, but they're applied as an obligation. And if a meeting ends well, it is not because somebody has decided to be nice. It is because the processes and proceedings have gotten to a point where both parties now understand their respective responsibilities. We will never tire of demanding for more money to go to the counties. Senator Dulu and I were in the mediation committee that successfully negotiated to unlock 9 billion Kenya shillings more. That money is going to Isiolo County government, not to the governor, but to the people of Isiolo. And even if we had differences in opinion between the senator and the governor, I think the overriding interest must be the people of Isiolo. So we will not tire to push for money to go to counties, but we'll also not tire to demand accountability, transparency, integrity, and good governance from those who've been entrusted with those funds. The responsibility of the Senate, we shall continue to pursue it proudly and very, very diligently. We would like to see Isiolo achieve its potential. As you know, Isiolo was supposed to be the capital of this republic. The conversation of making Isiolo the capital cannot be achieved with a budget of 5 billion. 5 billion won't take us anywhere. I think the conversation is to ensure that the national government is fair and balanced in its allocation of resources and in its priorities so that we can fulfill that dream. Perhaps you would have moved from the capital city of Nairobi to the new capital city of Kenya in Isiolo. That should be the goal, that should be the target. Let us not be fighting over small issues, 1 million shillings that has been spent on lunch. I think the next time we are having a conversation, let's reflect on how we can push that dream of making Isiolo the center of Kenya. We'll soon be dividing revenue, coming up with a new formula. You need the buy-in of senators to make sure that Isiolo does not lose out on any revenue allocation formula that comes up. So we need each other, the executive, the Senate, the county governments, and the Senate. So let's repair these relations. You are coming to the Senate is not a favor to the Senate. It is a duty on behalf of the people of Isiolo. Us calling you to the Senate is not punishment on your part. It is our duty as a Senate of the Republic of Kenya. We hope that the relations will improve and the appreciation of our respective roles as governors and Senate will continue to deepen so that we can find ways of working for our people. This meeting is therefore adjourned. The Senate meets tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. And I think tomorrow we'll need to start a bit early because the day might be a bit exciting. So if we delay, we might be caught up in the Gen Z protest. Thank you. We wish you a safe journey back home.